Amen.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Yama kwaba ha ye need 100.9 Jumedi friend Ghana Montie and Yawada and October bosom the day chat to okra ye the trading ponya kopan say e rade wa boy ho ban we kura ye mo bosumi edu eno so ye de akwakogo na ye be kan say e rade ye da wase o and so we do one with them happy birthday to those of you who are celebrating your birthday today. I'm wishing you a happy birthday. Me ba chan sama do bebre na kwaso Enra Supreme Court akasa and someone Honorable Alban Bagbin and now says still of execution as Supreme Court added to the ruling so no so yes there be or reject this ruling no but Enra Supreme Court akasa now what Chiremu says still of execution no still egusu ye adwuma just egusu ye adwuma there some portain nakasa wo ho na Enra Chief Justice Onyadaje eridi ruling ni nyina Chiremu o church mranimu na meden so say central for yenya kwan ye capture live MOBI TV enti eba ne sa na lawyer for ne be kan asem ne sie ni na ye hu de awom na mom asem no tofabo ni nyina ne say stay of execution na Supreme Court edeto owura Alban Bagbin ruling efa nipa nan a mubia ko independent abako enso aba MPP mo no wom seat in a one of my show say sa ruling no Supreme Court had stay atoso and no still sa stay no for now no de enye adwuma until say won be di asemana kasa poten eseki sa interpretation no it so far they are akoso no it any lawyer for the be nkomo na ye ho de awom Supreme Court ni chire mu yie pa say ade no for interpretation it is any pa na no say ye pam wo mo efiri ho na wo mo manfo wo mo enya representation na say later interpretation ko otherwise they just say ya mo but the twasumu me say nchiremu we na to masumu because ade no manso aba wo say manso bi ani ho de and then I just say no an say babam ye yi wo mo efiri ho awe no manso aba ho it's a man so about hono na ye be ne it is so far the akwakusi no me dey the McJerry or say AGYEMAN to me dey Fred Ghana Montie na kai they say John Romani Mahama and 5 questions Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and 50 questions and you Muslim amanyo semen so no when you assess say aka 37 days na ye kwakwa akoto aba 37 days na akoto aba me ba cho wa ho bo atesen ahobane ekosen enkoda de bia ma me time so ebi so be ma me time se na nne ebi ebe ma me time se na nne ebi so amadada ente wama enya ma me time se no munya ne nya ne wo mo mo nko school munya ne tem o madua ne die ma wani nko ho wo homework de bia meka wama ba me time se ne homework ne bebre ne de be ma wo kese wo be ma na ye ne kakra kwa na watimi ate ase Owofo wo ba homework na ya guide no menja akoda ne sa akeke ese wo guide akoda no so the homework na guide no se wo de adwuma mkra na be fia kofi a se enya me pena pon adwuma na koduru fia ofa akoda ne school bag na hwem na biebie mu hwe se homework no watimi aye de yie ade achi a bisa no so te ase a ebia na be kono wada ona idea na wanya ne no ana ona ya no bisa no homework no te ase na wa guide no etore bia ye house helps wo meboa ye ofie ni ade no ujeja no ma hye omsa masa wan hwe ni abekona bibia ye basa o wachi be ye pasa ti mejeja no ma fa ma house help no why mejeja no ma fa ma no just like that wo ma disua no waja ma house help so I abo na hwe na kwaku nye ne homework no e ba cho obeti weni no no atwo bibia hye wo de ma akoda ne so onyenko aya ma oni ma ho wa mpa chew ama me time say no so de school fees no wuntu anwie ya na wakwakotu ya a chechefo no school fo no mza no mbre wo mo bre why ntia na so akwakotu ya na bibia akoso. Okay, ya ba betwa be for the town man so the trending stories in Samakodo air koso ya de bebro. Eno ya be for the town man so. Afeni aba wurem. De obokrata mo samne so I ready. Amasancha me kwabrama for tenase a. Ye de obokrata mo samne so bebro. Na ye kwenim solid interviews immediately after the news. Ye kofa kasaboni bro wi a. Ye was solid interviews. Eno so yakaja agum. Eno so yako Okay, yeah, wait, I had the trending stories. Yeah, you must say my peacefmli.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, check out Ghana.com, FMGH, any other relevant news portals. One minute, boy, I bet from the town, man, so you had some out of Edinburgh with need 100.9. Okay, I was saying, I'm going to try and summon the Sadia SCA and now pay I will need 100.9. The trending stories in Seminole SSA. Yankin Kemu. Now, your farmer now so who said Seminole SCA and net under pay. Are you need 100.9? This election is about the economy and not your useless 50 questions. Mahama tells Baumia. The National Democratic Congress flag bearer John Dramani Mahama has doubled or down on his demand for new Patriotic Party's presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to address critical issues regarding Ghana's economy rather than deflecting with useless questions. Mebacho Omampenda da John Dramani Mahama no kase. Also Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the questions now as soon as so no you see the word useless. What the about was 50 questions no see jai. Na oba be yi economy na no abra be yi ano eno ma ekoso economy no yesi kasem totu ya na nse wadwe na firi ho no osebra na berbe chirichiri mo na jai 50 questions na odi aba beto na kwakwa ese nkwada a yedi agro do ye ne dia ase nkwada a yedi agro John Dramani Mahama na de sense mbu nyina de tu bia. Supreme Court rejects Bagben's application to reverse ruling on vacant seats. The Supreme Court of Ghana has dismissed an application by Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagben, who sought to reverse a previous ruling that blocked his declaration of 4 parliamentary seats as vacant. It is said ya mono Supreme Court na de nsama tudwa na de omo kan nyina na say a stay of execution omo de to owura Bagben the ruling na o declare sa 4 seats in vacant no so no stay of execution that so ho adwuma sabria ye kase until say asem na kasa asem report na kasa on be chirichirim na yehu say se nipa no ofri eye party be ko independent ofri independent e ko party mu and ofri party bi mu ko party mu a the seat no I say ye vacant na etanu so chiremu a ewo ho no. Election 2024 be professional. Bawumia tells police. Vice President and Chairman of the Ghana Police Council, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has called on the Ghana Police Service to ensure a peaceful, transparent, and incident-free general elections in December. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na waka kire ye police for say police for when him say ye baba beto aba fiyo ye ni abre pa ye kan babo mu nsam no mu police for so na mbodi kan enu nti mo hwe se mo bema eye bibia pepepe yo bibia timi akonkan na maye professional yeso obi gina ba bi kwa na mu kobirim no ye be mo ye professional o mu dwumadie mo. One-term President Mahama in a class of his own Akufo-Addo. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has expressed his hopes that the new Patriotic Party's presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will avoid joining the ranks of one-term presidents. A comment seemingly directed at the former President John Dramani Maham's recent refusal to debate Bawumia. Ebusa the woman say, "Oh, Bekaya John Dramani Mahama or say only the a debate so kwako debate Dr. Bawumia na ne class no nothing no. Are you my co-equal? You are not my co-equal." Now, Obaba be debate Dr. Bawumia. Then na good father say now class be na ga was class 1 and I say KG class. I say class na ono no one term president o eti ekwando belonge ekwando belonge na Dr. Bawumia de o join so Obaba Ghana man penin eti nanado na oto sa esemidugu mu bono regino guso a oba pro ho no nso mu nsem ababa betodwa. It is somebody been Yadi Brown needs 100.9 so. Now, agenda 111 hospitals, you know. Dr. Nsiansari say abandon be deliver and start another free office. Let's just say NCHA one Barber Commission agenda 111 hospital. It's a here in the moment commission. Now you dear woman. Okay, Mami call Facebook Live. Yeah, there's them at peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyline.com, checkoutghana.com, starfmgh. One million I can't home. And I had the above from the town, and so I didn't somehow do Edinburgh with 100.9. Way on him, my friend, say good morning. Hope the people will Boku. Also, the people in Boku will embrace peace. Happy birthday in advance to Otumfo, convener of Crossfire. David Kwanzaa said, I'm live from Kaswa, Otame, JM and Phyllis now call you. Is coming live. Albert KJC. Also, congratulations to my big sister ASB Beatrice Dakon. So much Tumbuha. Enoch and Chroma said, good morning, Mark Jerry. Watching you live from Ashama Zeno. God bless you and your team for the good work that you guys are doing. Honorable Frank Amankwa said, good morning, Mark Jerry Kitas. I'm watching you live. The Supreme Court has the final say. Enoch and Chroma said, good morning, Mark Jerry. Hello, good morning, fine. And Joe Lewis said, also watching you live from Copenhagen, Denmark. My greetings to also my greetings to Dr. Bawumia and lawyer Jerry Ahmed. And I can read of say good morning, Mark Jerry. The JM left something at the Jubilee House. The opportunity minimum open the number now bisano. Very much say to convener Crossfire. So our Supreme Court is losing its credibility. Hope our Council of States can meet them and advise the judiciary. And also credibility ben I can't once a minute. Okay, Joe Selassie and read Chief Justice BBL. And then I'm quite no be losing the credibility. Oh, state institutions okay can't some can't some sir. And the crescent truly to the beer obi from but Ayana it seems exaggerating normal sana mimi hono. Etienne Radiesi court ini akenkan Chief Justice and kenkan you know. What do you think? Okay, Yankwe. Richard Amasama said, Wound to me must be arrested for saying on live TV that he will change the position of Mahama on the ballot paper. Says somebody there, Chama Wound to me can Mumuso or Sabi Oposan and Tekeke. Wound to me, how can you change position our ballot paper? So I don't know the band or they change position. You can't say that and you can't do anything. But anyway, why you can't say something? So Amanya Samano Akakabe and Yan the other two about. I'll change the position. What ballot paper? Chama wound to me with my day. Chama wound to me. Can you change position on the ballot paper? Can you change? Position? Oh, crazy. I am munya sensem kekano na munya. Masa, about one your form. About one your form and your hoo. And your hoo. About one your form. Don't be a mujama numusa, numuja. And numuja. I'll change the position. I'll do. Masa, our form. Yeah, I crowd your koto. It's a body of Mokoso Namokasa Kasa. Our form, can you change the position on a ballot paper? Okay, young Fawe. AGYEMAN said, good morning, McJerry. Supreme Court ruling yesterday has settled the Parliament of Ghana brouhaha. Watching you live from MONTIE Club. And a job butter Putin, so watching you live from Akoti electoral area in the Sinho municipality. Where then Nasam Yakubu was a good morning, McJerry. But your friend Paul said, McJerry, my live teacher. Good morning to you too. We so comments at Dome Peletu. I said, Dr. Baumyanie, lawyer Michael Queen, where ye Nene Maujingua. Nene Maujingua the second. I said, good morning, McJerry. I'm watching you live from so many. Thomas Quick, I said, the nation Ghana is sick. Debian Cross MG, I'm watching you live from Atiko. Keep the fire burning. Godfrey Jackson watching you live from Edmonton, London. Jerry, more grace to your elbow. That's a more. Okay, I'm a such a make or a map for Tennessee. The Boncrat Muslim Emoji. Yeah, can't some Akodwa a womb. Nah, yeah, dear bro. Enoch Tete. Kwame G, it's McJerry. I'm watching you live from Asamankese. JDM is winning this election. And my greetings to Asamankese Messiah. And that's all. And that's your coin. What about you, Cherry Befa 050372 1744 050372 1744. Kwabna Machi? Brown to say.
Oh, Ebefa.
Yeah.
I do 31st CD.
I know 31st one. The crime if you in the day.
Oh, Ebeseti. The name say, oh, bank here.
The bank of Fidelity.
Oh, okay, and you been on by Monday.
As Fidelity phone. The bank in Fidelity.
You been on by Monday. On some Kalanu be a school. Bob Bessian.
It's a bit too man. Can I?
Nah,
I just hear that.
What they are quite good.
Come so much for.
I was here for Ghanaian times. The Bokrat and I'm the Mamu at Yamamu Aqua baby away. Now a year 53rd cadet officers graduation. Dr. Laji Mahmoud Baumia, His Excellency the Vice President, and Wakata Posi for say. Abaye baba tuono asase wode wona si fom na wo ma pepepe ye koso ade be ya amfa ntokwa bia emma yase afra bibi cerebral palsy autism sexual abuse ewa atemotafo saa niema miensen enya asam ketwa enkwada yare ya wo muntumi nye wo mu ho hwe no ena nkofo to wo no mo na Boko conflict ya kwaso no Chief Justice ya say court baako enso upper is womuntum 160,000 enipa ya womu eda HIV antiretroviral treatment so Dr. Ado and wadi asemi atuja Daily Guide Democrat anenim ha say emra sebejafo womu Chief Justice any Supreme Court to a judge for Quasitna. Woman Tessa speaker, the no, woman at the atun chakra baby. Grandpa carriage, you know, Markie, Diamond Jibri. Dr. Laji Mahmoud Baumia, and walk at His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say, Omran woman debate. Vice President Bo IGP Abaso, Sawaden Sakraya Bagana Police Service Power, ya dear. Mami asla usweku for Atlante, discourse for jobs. Iris, Yasuoma sign our club 100 awards were a course one, a yanita sampa at the mawon. na GFA ɛna FIFA besia ene na VR implementation yanso yɛdeɛ no yɛbɛyɛ ne sɛn. The Chronicle Dobokrata n'anim ha His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia ɔne Dr. George Akuffo Dampare IGP wɔn sere wɔ ha wɔse aba a yɛbɛtoɔ no wɔma no nya asomdwee. Vice President Yalanche ɛyɛfrɛ no go right NDC amanyokuo yɛse okɔ voter region puntudwuma wɔn anya baako koraa. Greekofoɔ na ahɔ ɔtoe wɔn tɛso wɔn high tension bi a ɛwɔ Ayawaso West wɔ na wɔn yɛ construction bi a yɛse wɔn nkoyi mfiri hɔ. Ɛnra Manchester United yɛhyɛ 5-2 coach ni yɛpam no ɛne yɛde caretaker aba yɛfrɛ no Ruben Nistelrooy yɛne Leicesterfoɔ hyɛ ya yɛate Leicesterfoɔ ahyɛ wɔn 5-2 ɛyɛ ne gyesɛm paa. Daily Dispatch yɛnim ha wɔkyɛ sɛ His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia Balante yɛsi afrɛ biribi go right na yɛ driverfoɔ ne benyamu mfasoɔ paa. Yɛntumi achieve 24-hour economy no saa ISF na ɛkakyerɛ JDM MPP foɔ target 300,000 500,000 vote ɛwɔ voter region. Richard Ahiaba and Walker saying, Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia or Ba Posifu Abaso, Sabano professionalism, Omudiya Jumapa. The insight the Bokrat and Nimuha, what I say we are singing a crado, say Womu Babe vote to Edietia, US, and to qua woman Cuba for Pesuamoko. Afe, doctors for Yasuamu Breo. Akade aboa wonum wo mutumi yɛ adwuma no akade ne nyinaa emma awie yɛbɛkɔ peace 104.3 FM so ɛnna yɛda ya wada magtere wɔ saa adwuma atina konwen ensɛm pii ɛwɔ hama mu.
Abono nsia peace 104.3 FM suni omai ma yamamwache anopa ikase ayensa kan na bredu a yede bremo no na kase boy fi peace FM so on kran sign na okay 101.7 afa nit FM eye 100.9 yenyina ye worship house abeka junction enkran and afa hello 101.5 FM enu so kumase enu achi radio stations awudo bebre na age kase yi a wo peti adomonya bitia no pay e wo Ghana eni abrochira man so ensem nyina sa wo peacefmonline.com na kase ne mu nsam a edi akotiri bi ne say
ochicha ne woda ND samanyoko na no asantemantem dia tudwa say afie we abato no NDC for ensuro ehunahuna
Omai court to court a Supreme Court to Mrasabedwamu Chiami Ora Aban Bagbin Nasamo de Baye no Egu.
Council of State Emumpan for Aquasra Ononyan for Abamba Benina Tutun Komo Afa Mrasabedwafie Emunsen Sama Ebano.
Ghana Mampenia Bedia Chedia to just say a yabai akuma swade akase pa se ankrankra nyuma ebetimi aye yene nyuma nkuma nyina ebeye ye na asan oman ni sikasem
yanom enu anko ya maye kotokofo Legon City si achie ahye mienu amiete baako eye ball bomu nsem
wei ani nsem ni aka bomu anopa yi a yade ebe diamond sekase na enyuma ko bia da roma ena wo mo aso yasene
sharing suso etu onya chiginafo na beti ten na awoso Kivo hot pepper or see pepper them with the shito. No calling a group enemy. Kivo and Abua Meduania de Amamokum, a quay papa. Yam Vita and Mufran de Barbaro Cracker. Some man could only quanomram in China, where we send Australia May, Ayomodia. So when Yam Vita, the JJ and Guanabenia for Kutum, as and Bay Wabempong. The Ethiopian air hunger a ile no crack hunger dear J. A man poor, not to go for now, Chautia, or Quantum Jayas, with ye, may sound quine. J.A. Binding Company Limited, onward they bind 20 disinfectant. or the abba. Amanfo agya tum yanso asanse se obi person in hospital in guest house in hotel na bobo no reception ya de ade ba bi atwa yo po hwehwehwama eye ban 20 disinfectant untie ya de ya eso no pa wi no mira wo ma chi de suom ne eye adwuma na ehun ba bi emu ya dwa eye medimafo e ba no de aba se Ghana fo mamu won kan ne mpatam fu mani nche pokwa se mahira bra ba hu apomuden na medimafo wa akotodwe sasabro eje wa kode mu ya de otuni nyina se sa nyumakuo we na abu echido wa no pai monte ye ne kasebonum me ameka sai de efe mo de hyekonkon asona de hye achenkwa na menum bremu wodi ankan kwa me ebo a na afi
ajoa yebo a eje afi kase ni nsemo enie Ghana fo ye nyina ye nimsem se mra se bedwa enkonwa makomako enan enchinywa bi asore wo homa sesi aye kase enwa samako akodan Supreme Court na asem na hyase de eyetiawa ene se mra se bedwa mu chiame ebodi se mra se bedwafo enan bi a amanyoku omo bo omo din di bewura parliament omo asesa ana konwa kro tumi kra do omo ba no masesa gina tumi foforo so ana ekwakwante kra kwapra konwa ni ntino ene e kan mu ka konwa no ho a enye yie sa na tie de a omo konwa no wapai mu aka sesese de adam pan na eno na ogina so mansa we ka na we aka etie kwawie se owura pani an ono no da edom kase ano eye majority leader ora afenyo makin e di asam ne kwada Supreme Court say Supreme Court for enhyem na se bedwamu chiame say sa asam no awaka no de be o ka ne sa enye yie se bedwafo na no kan mo ka ho enye yie ne sa asam de omontungu ebra Supreme Court te asam so mo ka say ane omo ni owura bagbe ni enya adwe enti na asam o kan no ampa omo so abo ato agu omo de ho krata soma mi ade ko ma speaker na so no so gina so ka say sa wo hwamra ni mu a ya woda bi ya no na mra se bedwa sa wo de letter bi say kwama won ensamankrata bi say kwasa da no ya da Jordan say wo de ko na so ma mfa samra na anya dwuma ti da no a omre sansamankrata ne ban krampo o de ya dwuma enye ye nto osa de man na lawyer fo esa de ko Supreme Court wo say wo so mu a enye ye asemi Supreme Court asa kwotena se bio asa ye ya no say oru abagbe na sema wo pa kire say wo mo asema wa sha won fa adwuma ne mu no omo bagu enye ye ntasem de o maka na o maka eto ma say tu oru abagbe na sem na say gubio na chesa asem no Supreme Court kan no eda so adia ejina ba bi ejina say Speaker of Parliament on timi nka say anase sa asem na wo ka say mra se bedafo nkonwa nan watu asense ne abo aguo no da bi o mani sense enwansa na court enka enwasem no enwie enye no nko oru abagbe ne esan de court na nim say Assembly a majority leader Orura Alexander Afenyo Makin edibetu dwa se Supreme Court ensi ono bagbin kwan ma won kwosoa enkeka nsam ana won kyese ne sa badwafo nan nkonwa ye ni sei no sa asem no kwan so momongu eno so court enso so antie enti asem no de ekosie nyina ne se Supreme Court eda so agina wo agina ba bia ogina se ye Orura bagbin sa asem na wo ka se nkonwa enan watu o masensa na so obo omago no da bi ontwentwen so ansa court no gusu edi asem no baba aye nchechemu bebrebe na moma yentie bi yesretie for se momfa nchen na yensa anka ne no a enka ye pe edi amamo no na ebre o motina asem no so Chief Justice Raj Justice Gertrude Tokonu echiemu se ensem fo awdo bebrebe na sese omu gina so na mahwe asiesi asem no ebi ni se sa abedwafo enan yi semra se bedwa mu chiame kase yabo omu akwadwa gu sa abre yi a na chese Ghana fo manu omu mpesua so na abedwafo na ni gina no sebi omu nya asoroboa omu nya ntakraboa omu ya pan da nkwa omu sinsemu enti chese omu nya anemusifo wo parliament ya na sa na eye akwakire ena etia bio sa brei no so ka se waje obi emra se bedwa konwa watu no ana se bia bibi nti onye bedwani bie wa akakakra bi ni akwakoto abanti by election kwa no sa mpesua so fo no mudi bi nya bi etia miensa sa bedwafo nan no eyesa no ana se bi emu oya kakra che se be ka na kakra bi mu abato aduru so no wo makonwa ahwere wo mo sa kwagina pre konwa ni bie wa ne nsa enka na konwa ni bie enti nsemfo wodo bebrebe no mo de kwa adwendwin mu ansa na o matimi asigina ye enti wese no nyina ye nsem a epie mu e wo Supreme Court no ebi
ya toa akan kasebo no so na asam kuro ya no ne nkrobata ba akundie nkrobata ne sen eno a empanufo ya futufo wo memu ha wotu mampani ne empanufo fo hwesa so dweni mpuntuo no brew ebekoso wo memu ekosra Speaker of Parliament Abambaben na wɔn kɔɛ no na ɛyɛ nipa maako enum a ɛyɛ chairman a wɔda wɔn ano ɛna edi kan na otuo sereboɔ na wɔkɔɛ no wɔkɔkyia speaker of parliament say right honourable Aban Babin yɛmoa ha moa kye moa dwoo na ɔsɛ akora megyem so a agonya nie mu ntrans na ɛyɛ amammerɛ ɔman mu deɛ so obi ba ofie a ɔma no nsuo ɔma no akonnwa wowiara mu deɛ amanneɛ no mu de ahyehyɛ soɔ nti amanebɔ mu no ɛna speaker of parliament yɛ no adwene sɛ ɔbɔ nsɛm tɔfa ɛde akyerɛ na otuo sereboɔ ɛne ne mpanimfoɔ a ɛbɛsra no wɔ no office nti wɔbɔ asɛm no tɔfa akyerɛkyerɛm deɛ maa ne gyina so ɛkaa sɛ watu parliament ahyɛ da a obi nim da pɔtempo a parliament no ɛsɛ abɛtena se ebiem na no si yɛ pɛ ɛna nana otuo sereboɔ ɛyɛ sɛ sɛbe ɔno wɔyɛ pɛni wɔnim de mpanimfoɔ sɛ pɛni tiri ho ɛne hwan akuma na ewiase ɛbaa yɛn nso woni pɛni adue ahan enti nana otuo sereboɔ ka kyerɛ speaker parliament sɛ yɛbaeɛ a ɛyɛ tietietia yɛba no bɛma ɔmo ne adwuma pa a wɔyɛ ɛde asom Ghana na nsɛkɔ anya ne nteɛ sɛ odi bia emu apagya yɛato abɛyi wo sɛ woyɛ president other parliamentary organizations awodoa no ebi te sɛ Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International ɛne waba abɛda no ɛna ɛyɛ conference of speakers and president of Africa legislatures ɛno nso agya waba abɛda no na sɛ wadwuma pa a wɔyɛ wɔ Ghana ha no aso amansan ni ɛna yɛ pagya odi bɛm ti akora mo ɛne adwuma yakopɔ nhyia ne mom deɛ mensrɛ ne sɛ kɔsoa na yɛ adwuma pa ɛwɔ kabinaminka bi ɛkwan so na Ghanafoɔ nya kabinaminka bi mu gyidie na mpuntu a yɛpɛ no so no yɛnsa aka na no so yɛpɛ ɛna speaker Babinka sɛ oh na otuo sereboɔ wo no mpanimfoɔ mama kɔ aba momo ne kasa sɛ madadwe me ho no agya deɛ ɛkɔ so nti matɔ na maba me office a mo nso modwen Ghana ho nti mo ne medi nkɔmmɔ na akora meka deɛ asuanim prei sɛ me speaker Babin metiwei menyɛ ɔtamfo ma Ghana mepɔ mani ye papa nkangane ne mpuntuo ɛne kɛmɛ kabi ɛkwan so nti maba ɛyɛ na mmom no Nyankopɔn yɛ adom a mebetu kwan bi nom sɛ na wo kwan ɔsɛ oh menkɔ akyire bia mekɔ Sydney ya Australia mekɔ na ɛyɛ ɔhyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ conference of CPA International ɔmunhyia mu ɛtɔ so aduosia enso 67th conference no ɛwɔ sɛ mekɔ bie enti maboaboa mo ho akyɛ sɛ yɛba bɛkɔ na kɔ a yɛkɔ nso ɛnyɛ me nko a kane majority leader ɛyɛ ɔsɛɛkyɛ mensa bonsu wɔka ho bi ɛna mpanimfoɔ mmienu ɛda majority ne minority ano nso ɛɛkɔ ɛna two hips hip another mpremo omumu bi nso ɛbɛka ho bi ɛde akɔ ɛna clerk of parliament wɔsi saa ihyɛ mu no ɛbɛba so fiti bosomi a yɛbɛwuram ne da ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa kɔpɛ ne da ɛtɔ so nwɔtwe 3rd to 8th November 2024 speaker Babin sɛ ɔne parliament mpanimfoɔ kɔ ayɛ adwen sɛ bosomi a yɛbɛsim ɛnkyɛ bi a ɔsa bɛfrɛ parliament biom na ɔma sɛ si konwa atena se na mmom no ɛgyan sɛ saa akwantuo yɛahyehyɛ ɛda wɔ dada na wɔntumi nkɔti akwantuo wɔ nti no ɔsrɛ na ɔtuo sereboɔ aka kyɛ ne sɛ wɔne mpanimfoɔ no bɛkɔ aba na ɔmokɔ nso ɔmo nkyɛ sɛ parliament tena se to betu mirika tente no asa ba biem no aba betua na dwuma so a kyese enra enkomo ekọ so speaker eye ne office one na otuo sirebo ne mpanifo ekọ no na emu ohwam omo kyese mpa omo ye mpanifo a Ghana edo makoma so
yetu akase no eso mampani abedi eche Dr. Mamudu Bawumia ada app sonko bi a wode aba bonte edi ya o friend say go right up ya wodnam so edi bepe apasenyafo edi ama taxifo ne driverfo a wɔn ni GPRTU nom ɛyɛ adwuma ne sɛ na wɔn nso benya apasenyafo dodoɔ ɛne wɔn ananteɛ no wɔnya sika agu wɔn bɔtɔ mu na ɛno na mampani abedi eche Dr. Mamudu Bawumia ɛda sa app na die no ɔde ato dwa sɛ dia bɛyɛ amanfo nnwuma nkumankuma nnwuma danta mu bɛyɛ yie ankorankora nnwuma betimi ayɛ yie na mfaso abaso no ehia bai papa anya ade aban etoto no asawram anase ototo no agyeagye mu firi sɛ nnwuma nkumankuma ne amanfo nnwuma timi yɛ yie a ɛsan ɔman ne nyinaa sikasam ɔman ne sikasam timi yɛ yie ɔman no amano ne sika no yɛ die timi gyina yie afen so amasika nkasaba ɔman ne mu ɛna boa ɛsan ɔman ne sikasam ɔman sikasam etimi yɛ yie wɔn ayɛ nsɛm a Dr. Mamudu Bawumia added to adwane bi.
This initiative reflects our government's unwavering dedication to supporting local businesses and driving economic growth. By keeping the profits generated by go-right within our borders, we are conserving foreign exchange, fostering local wealth creation, and enhancing our national economy. Every ride taken on Go Ride contributes directly to Ghana's development, helping to build a sustainable future for all of us.
And so one more Mampenia Bedia Dr. Baumia, as I to us to say, Sad ya what ya pay ya bear for quans of any say, Go Ride platform no, was it a bed papa amma, taxi, a driver of what me and your dramatic. One a near a Kua Shankafua Kase, and to say GPRTU no monomono, a bebo momo so to be in your passengers ribi, na and Kobasa man on it, Diano Matiti or Ghana Hanua, Ajidino Munkwaja Jumana Bossono, and Kobasa one Kwana Sabio, or Betting for so a diaboom botomo, when also home say and now okay.
Our local drivers have faced immense challenges, particularly with high commission rates imposed by existing ride-hailing platforms. This has not only strained their earnings but also threatened their livelihoods. Today, we hopefully put an end to that struggle. Go Ride is not just another app. It represents a bold commitment to upgrade the trade of our local drivers, particularly those associated with the GPRTU.
Yeah, the party can say ye Ghana Mampenia Bedia, Dr. Muhammadu Baumia.
Yet to work as a bonus so dia far Asantemantem. Asantemantem Titani or that National Democratic Congress ND Samanyukunano, Ayura Augustus Andrews, Nana Kwesi. Na Kwesi na eka say was in Kuning and Kupo and Migabom Kobo or Boise, was Sentimentum Omra. Amanyukono Penny Award Bo a year man Penida Dajon, the Mani Mahama Chidom, Professor Jane Nana Opoku AGYEMAN, EBPO, and your Chobe Ye, Namafuajuso. Dear Nana Kwesi, a catcher as sentiment nane say, I, baby, I need ye. Sabri as a sentiment timidity as Sam and you go back where that Santamakuma so na omunya to me a omba boa sentiment ye pa, NDC Amanyukono. Na wasi sabri ebe tuwa bei ana mafuwa sentiment muso zomba kwa kotua banukama NDC asa kotua ni ya tuwa hopi sa sentini pa na wotu waba edi ya ma NDC adi wunim adi papa na ena wakotu kwa asu watitete wazi wei ya venture chiriman wasi sabri sa huna ndi edi huna mafuwa sentiment muno nu obi kotua ba ma NDC kwa na ofere ototete ubuza to otoma akwasime metoma party ba kunu enso na kuma monum so otoma NDC osi se enwunu ne na etwam kabia etwam adehia wa santema munya gukuduro no nya ona so kreme won kwato aba no boom emfama eye John Dramani Mahama said be a baby o me atiti akwa koduwe obetima so mse ekwan na nyansabo akwa watima ye Ghana ye na ya kono no ma no so atimi adiye na na kwesi se Asantima betima fantuma perfect mpuntu juma ekwoso atia kamuno ebetima sipia sita agira Asantima nkasa sa ageto no nso se afie we nko aba ne de wobutu no boom ade ama omampani dada John Dramani Mahama na mampani Mahama adan bibia di ekire se so onya akwanya biem ebedi mampani biem a oni nananam atrankonya beka bachirim no ma hwa toto nwome yie mempuntu aye pe no yensa aka osi enyuma bebe no mampani dada sha se wasantemantem nenso Fofia nto atamana nwane aba MONTIE enei atia kamse kadon aba we ba wa fa nya hwe nanso ana kwasi se wo hwo mogbo se brebre na so munya kukuduo koto aba mama ama se wi empuntu obi atia kam wasantemem no endi sameko behwe so omobeye woni Patricia Sifafisha ena twetwe nkomoyi yentie bia
dia ye kan se 7th yanto aba ni wie ya eda pa ye friend eda no obi anya den endabi baby a Ghana edu no Ghana atete apansam entroni endada na nado da kwagufu ado ene baumia edibeji oman no yakopon apa omuto den entuma si aye bisa se cement motor ni sen iron rods motor ni sen omuka che mo se mo hwe masetrem na mo fanto aba ene ye bisa mo se asetra no ekoyi ana na Ghana fo ayo madwe awie bibie ni ho ebe den ebe sesa ye na nyina no asema omuka ni se chairman afi aba no ye beto amamo ya ye hwehwe from ho ni se mo bebo aban ho ebayamaye me catch say Ashanti region this time we have the men
Sabre we dia sentimental me your man money de babo aba no ban. Eno ne papa yi kan waya de pa se na no wona se din ka chakra be ka se aba ba ko na ye tu kwa mo ntima kika mbom. To your workers will make a boom nano, a yas and papa, Augustus Andrews, Nana Kwesi, NDC, na a original chairman. That was sentimental. Cassie Boy Free Peace was you 4.3. Your Miss Wabba.
Peace FM.
Amanfo, the Amoka Chere Freddy's Corner Home Appliances hono.
Or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papa bia, e bi wo ho.
Brandsbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL,
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media kekeka ho. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokomemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and need ho. Ewo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connect ma wo phone. Na wa monitor baby a wo wiase bia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Edwosu ahodo a oton phones any ho accessories no ho.
Fresh 0544 959195 ana 0207937323 ana so bakoko memle city light in chehwa na ye can discounts any achadia obetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
Home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se woye na se woyam so atim so
Wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum.
wo be hu se ehu wa glass ni mu na wanom. Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so plain.
Wonumu a ho beto nemum edi na nu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor. Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, and Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or fire real man for Tiapopa.
A Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one Fidian was so, Yawudasua, and Fidian Chiro Yadi, Nanua Sanso Sao Yadi.
Amin, a expert of one Koya, one runway nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia nurse for so, or what's a man?
Amin Scientific at the Herbal, Homeopathy, Naturopathy, and Reflexology, na a Sayadi.
So I won't pay, and I are to same pa, Yamia Dumunti, Yarea expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah o ho to na wonso dia dance said the Ghana Fonia brochure for be dia dance no
Accra Amen Scientific e wodome Obersnet Flats and Alashibinso our Klagon ebe Shaman Road under bridge ope
o krabata p free non sure dia ben wo 0245275254 ana 0207229505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo.
The luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone. Yeah. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone. Yeah.
Doctors,
Nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers,
bankers. You could be the luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
east, west, north, south, Obiama to
You could be the luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
Accra to Paga.
Let's go. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone. Yeah. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone. Yeah.
Doctors,
Nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers.
bankers. The luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
Betway, ye Koreasia fanenina. Betway Jumedia, ye Arsenal, Shubo media. Betway Eddie, and Niches from Kokra Brew. Our Quenya Fufu ya friend fan exclusive page. Kosue Trabeta, Ope Eta Arsenal Lechi, Busumibia. Now, Ubetimi winnie and you may be to say Arsenal Jesse. And in your kicker who be brave. Ubetimi winnie Koshe Arsenal match our Emirates Stadium. Enya Grokra. Betway Jumedia, a bunny 31st January 2025 year. Who are Quenya who does from Kwa? Would be Betty. Did she say you be a kicker who so? When you know, what Betway and Kuaso. I say, and she said, Kakao, Betty, when Yansum, who need you know a chair and come home.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM.
and rip off the knobs.
we abusia ye mamo akwaba ye to ansem no so ye ko Uganda na Uganda memu enkrofo bi a wo mo ewo cult ekuo mu akwoto ahye nkrofo bi so ekum enipa nwotwe na enipa nwotwe mu ba ko eya akwada keto akora ya afi no wonya emfinhia miensa na wachese sa cult fuyi wo mo de wo mo ni si kuro ba ko so na abusia bi mu wo mo kwoto si wo abru wo mo yi omo niama bebre a ensem fata omo kita akonde bebrebe edidi bebre awuo no san eprepra ebinom wo chem se dru baby dia prosifo ne asojafo enne ko ye ekoto anaso omo ko search ya na yetimi ehunu se eye cult fo no enom di djuma etise ye wo yi eya asem a etensisie ewo Uganda wachesa inkro Kampala na toye anafo fam ko bia fere se mizizi ekura kase bia ye gadadi eho ena sa hwere hosem yi esi ya enipa nwotwe ya kotufo kumwo no emu ba ko ye emfie miensa akwada
ya kwa agudie mu nsem Ghana Premier League ni guso ekoso na so sponsor bia anim kwatere kwasa ubo na osha na wajuani anye ya mo anu apo ba bia tra chese hwi nim enwanse ya yedeji ball hu ana ye ba ne yaka mu nsem kakra kotoko ni hasi eye kase twon eno mo ba na se wo ball league na se boafo bia ndi akire a nyoma ewom nie den say players no betu etuom kaye den say winning bonus betimi akọ den say in Kenya ne ani je wo ball bom no players ni benyanti de ko ba ne say so o man no munye nhyehyɛ mfa bet ho a players na ngaza timi twa bet ni bi otimi ka say ne yetimi ne yebenya throw miensa ko ni so no anka so ba hyɛ abba throw mienu tranafo ba ko bo ba ko ka ope o se adi o twa iti ball na wo na nkata no oye better and wo dey ball no and bet better for no aha na Ghana Premier League ahwi ni mi aja aya kwadura ya yezu ehwe bi sei na anu kwesi ada ye nkotokofo ye ni je papa si akobo draw ema ye nuanum panifo asofo kufo nso ye hom tini ani age se o ye nya 1 point asofo kufo enya hwi de ene ye guso ye titim kakra se na eye enkofo ye wole goyin o ma time ye Legon cities eno ye free Kumasi bai ye wote ye da embo wachire heye ididi wie bo modi ye train jogging kakra coach nam ya ne coach Prosper Ogum sankeja Legon cities ye ko hamon sana bedi pele the maestro akwa chia Legon city fu akwa show mu nkuran se kotoko ne nyetim keto ntum nyere mo ho emrante nya motivation free eye abedi pele ho no o ma yiri mu se pampe menra boye ne kotoko ye no mu go boye league na sponsor ni mu no Legon city fu ahwe league ya sponsor ni mu ashe kotoko ya ahimienu ami ateba akope tene no anana na dwene ye zene enza nkwa sentime ma obo ase do tene ye kro no na mi adma wo kina kotoko fu nyina de afu ato wo enne kopem wo kina ba nunum ye nidi a ye nidi nyina ne sen house fu obebo wo mene esamates ene ebebo ti ye de mpa bo kwata esamates fu eji se de enzo ye no sa wianzo nye ye nsha azefo na ye kotoko ya se no mo azefo ya shom na eno ne Accra Lions mo ne samates na house fu gudie na ngaza de o mene mediema enti mediema ne house fu de bomwa ye mpa bo nyina se mediema wo se mediema fast no ye mu bi kwa be ko hebro agwagwata mo echi na wodi ane to nkyɛn Ghana Football Association panfo nso enya ne kyerɛ ene ya kopem be wɔkyena ne ɔkyena ɛwɔ enkankopon mu wɔmo ene FIFA panfo ba be hia Ghana Football Association ni FIFA panfo be hia kento kreku sɛde ositia tia Blasters press ne ke kana dwenkyerɛ mu no ye bompa sɛ FIFA fo ebai ɔmo hwɛ ne mu san sentimo sika bebreba FIFA go project ye dia ba no edien pa na mo de ayo Ghana football di agunmu FIFA fo bank mu nya gukuduro mu san se mu league no ye ti se peace of for ka se mu ni sponsor e no kure na ka ko bu ntirigo hwini ho ye bre mu league we na mo bona ITU for the players ye register mo kura ne ketokra ku team aboy no ketokra ku ye hwan ozimi GF president we team ni team ye register no kura boy we jitum ose ai animo mo league no wa ekwantwa pa ti e bomba se GF ani FIFA for meet e bekọ so ene ene wo kyena e wo enkrankopu mu no enso abapa na je se eno ose na omzi de wo mu nie ade ba ko mbe di nkomo pa no eva no ma hi na wo hego na anha ye kwa se aha na se enhe no ena bi se Ghana ha park bem this am my no kwakozie okay wachina mo ba enani wache be ye ba kwotete ye tie bi na poso
we abusia for madaro ma hand na ye de kase no AC na ye ne amote ye ne anopai adwoa ye boa agye ena
nana ahu fedua asona PSA de hyekonkron achenkwa na menu maso bremu wodi ankan kwame ye boa mon hya ne nso senyumakuo we ena no pay wo mo eta ye chi about Miss Percy no J Bani Company adubi ayere me J Bani Company Limited bom no media be se by 20 de no kranie so onya bi na o de pepa form efiefiem ni ade ade a enka bon ne nkeka wa akeka nyoma mu de etu ase kura water closet so ni ade ade e ni nyina de free ho number obe free 0541 808096 0541 808096 a number wo frɛ no anya J Bani product no dudum akwakoton kivo what pepper ampa aba sesia de amamokunkum ewiom timi style bi se wudi nkwan ne down sawase nkwan na chi enya bi sana enkoyi spaghetti ne sheto stew mi say me pesheto ne anwa mo party eze de amelia ye mame no aro de eyi bi gugum asese sawa bi na mukonu wo mu a ya wayo kivo what pepper there with the sheto yam vita enkwala ye may Yankopon bom ho ba no pa wie no mire abevu antim nyom hwe ya vita di manko ndi omo fe akora bi wan tumi na fon tutu watrope o mane ya vita no wuti fe agoba na timi rodo aza yi debi azu ya vita be ma repair nyoma de ma onga oti ilele no kure oba bi o hwa no woni be me ya transiase ye deti wonye aduane mabo yi ntesti wi se gay ya mpese me wale ni entinisa no aduane be de bia yango out one go out we dia bonte aduane na be me na fo atoto afa onga fa bonkwan na hese gay no ne nsa no nkwan froye eda na ena be gyan so wale no midimafu ampa na nse aji wasa sabro ka no ho se yanko midimafu ko bubugu dem mesramu bebre yale bia na anu adu yale bu doctor ayi roni ntiminsa yale bu ozo a bra atwen kotodwe sisi ni nyinada obetimi asadi amamo ene e bra atwen 0500 727215 0500 727215 ya homeso ye ba the bunker tana poso abano there be gun from him
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Anokwa sese de dialysis boy de pao every see grandpa enya kidney yade na watwe bia 1002 ko enti enhyehyɛ bia ni ho yade beso wo ne a wo yade atete sei asene se o man mu ayedene
abotre
Debbie grandpa enti MPP abaye kyerɛ sɛ wontimi nya bibia emfa saate bia we ho
Omanya wonwene ayarefo ho no saa man nankasa ayare neama ene nabusua komu ayetebia nipa bebre na mu wo man mu nanso eni daso ho magana fo nyina NDC John Mahama banya eba bio se obeba foto a watudin Mahama Care di atai wo mo yade a etete senyechia ma omagye ayarehwe a ebi ye kidney yade cancer diabetes akoma yade sickle cell ene mojamroso yade sega na nikuta apomudin si echiba krata na se wonkuta no obetumi akọ chips compound ani apomodi atan bi akọji ayaresa saa enhyehyeye yi ebema Ghana fo dodo no awo saa enyarewa yi bi eho ahanwom eye no kore Mahama dwene yen ho tu abama sakrai papa tu abama John Mahama ne NDC
Anokwa sese de dialysis boy de pao every see grandpa enya kidney yade na watwe bia 1002 ko enti enhyehyɛ bia ni ho yade beso wo ne a wo yade atete sei asene se o man mu ayedene
abotre
Debbie grandpa enti MPP abaye kyerɛ sɛ wontimi nya bibia emfa saate bia we ho
ɔman a wɔnwene ayarefoɔ ho no saa man nankasa ɛyare neama ɛne n'abusua ɛkɔmu ɛyɛ tebea nipa bebree na mu wɔ man yi mu nanso ɛnidasoɔ hɔ ma Ghanafoɔ nyinaa NDC John Mahama Banya ɛbɛ bio sɛ ɔbɛbɔ foto a wato din Mahama Cares de atae wɔn a wɔn wɔ yadeɛ a ɛtete sɛn akyia ma wɔn agye ayarehwɛ a ebi yɛ kidney yadeɛ cancer diabetes akoma yadeɛ sickle cell ɛne mogyamorosoɔ yadeɛ sɛ Ghana ni kuta apɔmuden si akyi ba akrata anaasɛ wɔn kuta bio no obetumi akɔ chips compound ɛne apɔmuden atɛn bi akɔgye ayaresa saa ɛnhyehyɛ yi ɛbɛma Ghanafoɔ dodoɔ no a wɔwɔ saa ɛnyarewa yi bi ɛho ahan wɔm ɛyɛ no korɛ Mahama dwene yɛn ho tuabama nsakrae papa tuabama John Mahama ne NDC.
Hey, onua enti fie base nsiani. Enti wonya adwuma. Wow.
Charlie, me dey mabamu kura yebu. So ni sika wo de beje nsa no nwuma titi a. Eno ansa wo na moman mu sa. Omo mo kura degrees akase kura titifie na me.
Asempa aba. What National Apprenticeship Program nenka?
National Apprenticeship Program.
Anio. John Mahama any NDC ebepa National Apprenticeship Program no ho toma 2025. Na wono ma won pese wo musu ansa no dwuma. E bone friend no technical and vocational no. Ebe mo sua bi free.
What's free?
Anio. Esanu nwuma ye ba be sua ni free. And yes, what person will sua carpenter, ceramics, so person welder, and now tiles, and now botry, and now organizer, and now person pamontadi, so person electricals, POPA, na basua will be a be, and now one purpose so Sedrian and no minina, and mabube to me about the and a woman, a month for will be sans and you way, a body cut, I am almost a cabotina, what the best way to mass.
Okay, I am
say, yo, the National Apprenticeship Program, no, a year need that sword, the Magana need be a winning juma.
And your bread says are true for my boy for you. May you be free of pain. Now you for John Dramani Mahama, Sans and Penny Fossey, Sanko for ye to a Bamansa Cray Papa, to a Bama John Mahama and NDC.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betu me. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We dan kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade e wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up e baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom kokko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkrato emu agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special ice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Tumo ya monhwe ye o ye politicians de ye de ano ye de. Honestly, entokwa esi wo Ghana nyina na amansani nyina nye obi ana de bawo. Eniema mienu ohia any politicians. Asemba ko obeka wo tekrema so no chense kan. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu yesi ye wono wani eji echinji a yenko ntokwa o. Ye wi a ye frustra ekonum ti nam ne ye wi. Mo ana moko. Me catch them on Okwari. There are people here. enne wo mu humia wo mu si wo mu ti ase osafomafo o hemfa enya MPP ni nua kuma agyemafo o NDC shelia ite wo NDC no wo minister ni nua penny professor ite wo MPP NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti wo NDC ne papa waka baby Peter Lajeti wo MPP Samuel Jinapo wo hemfa wo MPP ni nua penny John Jinapo wo NDC mi ami gina hai mi wo MPP mi nua penny Kamara wo he wo NDC ye fie ye dakom mo na mbe dakom mi matina mi gina o mi ka kire mo anoko mi hu opposition da o mi party dia wa ko opposition ba mi nkasa mi ko opposition look wo mu na ti hono look mi hu opposition da mi party MPP ako opposition ba mi dia mi ko opposition mi ko NDC wo power mi didi Kamara me ko no ho ma mi score be ma me enne mi wo party mi wo power bibi hia na obe frɛ me ye kasa da na ma hu opposition no enti mondwin mayem ma party emme mayem kontebia that's the only thing me da monti
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
of the court. The Speaker of Parliament, as first defendant in this suit and applicant in this application, is praying this court for an order setting aside the processes and proceedings of the plaintiff's suit filed on 15th October 2024 and vacating an order made by this court on 18th October 2024. On 18th October 2024, this court heard an application for stay of execution of a ruling of the applicant declaring 4 seats in Parliament vacant on 17th October 2024. The application urged that the effect of this ruling is that the said members of Parliament for the 4 constituencies in Western, Eastern, Central, and Ashanti regions were declared to have vacated their seats by the Speaker of Parliament. And if the Speaker's ruling is enforced, the affected members of Parliament would have had to leave Parliament and all their duties and responsibilities entrusted to them by reason of their being members of Parliament from the 18th October 2024. These members of Parliament are namely Honorable Cynthia Mamle Morrison, Member of Parliament for Aguna West constituency in the Central Region, Honorable Andrew Esiama Amakum, MP for Fomena constituency in the Ashanti region, Honorable Kwadwo Asante, Member of Parliament for Suhum constituency in the Eastern region, and Honorable Peter Yaokwachi Aka, Member of Parliament for Amenfi Central in the Western region. 8 grounds have been presented to us in today's application. The submissions made in support of them can be summarized as follows. 1, that the Constitution and laws of Ghana provide no grounds to allow the actions of the Speaker of Parliament while presiding over Parliament to be questioned in any court, including the Supreme Court, because of the doctrine of separation of powers that guides Ghana's constitutional democracy. 2, that because of a circular issued by the Chief Justice of Ghana in 2021 and repeated by another circular issued by the current Chief Justice under the hand of the Judicial Secretary, the service of the processes in this suit on the Speaker of Parliament was invalid. As such, the Speaker of Parliament, under the hand of the Clerk of Parliament, had returned served. That whenever there is a vacation of parliamentary seat, and this is identified by Parliament in its proceedings, the only lawful forum for disputing any issue concerning the vacation of seat is the High Court, as provided for in Article 99 of the 1992 Constitution. The applicant urges that no jurisdiction is given to the Supreme Court in such a situation. 4, because the orders of 18 October 2024 were made after hearing only one party in the suit and without hearing the Speaker of Parliament, the orders breached the rules of natural justice, breached the rules for exercising discretion provided for under Article 296 of the 1992 Constitution, and were invalid. 5. The orders of 18th October 2024 were made on the basis of fraudulent misrepresentations by the applicant to the court. 6. The substantive action is incompetent because the writ was accompanied by a statement of claim and without an affidavit or verification. The application is opposed by the plaintiff, who is himself a member of Parliament, and the Attorney General, who is a second defendant. We have considered the application. Sorry, it's opposed by the first defendant. Sorry.
The application is opposed by the plaintiff.
By the plaintiff. Yeah. Aren't we tired? We have considered the application and find that the grounds supporting the application have no merit because of the very explicit and clear directions of the 1992 Constitution, specifically Article 2, Article 130, and Article 296, and established decisions of the Supreme Court from decades of the country's constitutional history. Below are the reasons behind our evaluation that the application has no merit. Interpretation and enforcement jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Article 2, on the very first page of the 1992 Constitution, provides as follows. Enforcement of the Constitution. A person who alleges that A, an enactment or anything contained in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment, or any act or omission of any person, that's B, is inconsistent with or is in contravention of a provision of this Constitution, may bring an action in the Supreme Court for a declaration to that effect. 2, the Supreme Court shall, for the purposes of a declaration under Clause 1 of this article, make such orders and give such directions as it may consider appropriate for giving effect or enabling effect to be given to the declaration so made. 3, any person or group of persons to whom an order or direction is addressed under Clause 2 of this article by the Supreme Court shall duly obey and carry out the terms of the order or direction. 4, failure to obey or carry out the terms of an order or direction made or given under Clause 2 of this article constitutes a high crime under this Constitution and shall, in the case of the President or the Vice President, constitute a ground for removal from office under this Constitution. 5, a person convicted of a high crime under Clause 4 of this article shall A, be liable to imprisonment not exceeding 10 years without the option of a fine, and B, not be eligible for election or for appointment to any public office for 10 years, beginning with the date of the expiration of the term of imprisonment. From the above, it can be seen from the very first page of the 1992 Constitution that the most fundamental and hallowed right of every Ghanaian that the 1992 Constitution gives and jealously guards is that when anyone, including the President and Vice President, is embarking on an act, on any act that violates any provision of the Constitution, or if anyone is of the considered opinion that any law or rule enacted by any legislative body breaches the Constitution, that person can run to the Supreme Court for enforcement of the Constitution. That person does not even need to be directly affected by that act or law. This Supreme Court regularly exercises this original and exclusive jurisdiction for citizens of this country. Second, Article 130 provides, 131, subject to the jurisdiction of the High Court in the enforcement of the fundamental human rights and freedoms as provided in Article 33 of this Constitution. The Supreme Court shall have exclusive original jurisdiction and in A, all matters relating to the enforcement or interpretation of this Constitution. All matters arising as to whether an enactment was made in excess of the powers conferred on Parliament or any other authority or persons by law or under this Constitution. Where an issue that relates to matter or question referred to in Clause 1 of this article arises in any proceedings in a court other than the Supreme Court, that court shall stay the proceedings and refer the question of law involved to the Supreme Court for determination. And the court in which the question arose shall dispose of the case in accordance with the decision of the Supreme Court. This means that if anyone finds that a meaning is being given to any provision of the 1992 Constitution that the person disputes, or that any act is being done by reason of a disputed meaning given to the Constitution, then Article 2 and Article 131A mandates that only the Supreme Court has jurisdiction to provide the people of Ghana with a correct interpretation of the provision in the Constitution. Third, it is the most basic tenet of our legal system that different courts operate different jurisdictions, and every court is given its own jurisdiction. So the type of cases that can be settled in any court depends on the nature of the dispute. Thus, if someone is challenging that a member of Parliament has not lawfully won their seat, that challenge must be done at the High Court in the region that the constituency is in.
Looking to level up your
challenge that the process of electing the same member of Parliament did not conform with the constitutional provision, that dispute over the correct interpretation or meaning of the constitutional provision must be brought to the Supreme Court for interpretation. Indeed, if the dispute over correct interpretation or meaning of the relevant provision occurs while the parties are before the High Court, the High Court must, by direction of Article 132, stop hearing the case and refer the dispute over the correct interpretation of the Constitution to the Supreme Court. There are many cases on this manner of resolving disputes requiring constitutional interpretation, including ex parte Senator Rawlings, citation provided. In every given month and year, the Supreme Court regularly deals with cases seeking interpretation and enforcement of provisions of the 1992 Constitution. And every law report issued every month is filled with such cases. It is therefore misinformation and misapprehension of law for the applicant to present that the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction to provide the correct interpretation, because Article 99 gives jurisdiction over determination of membership of Parliament to the High Court. Article 99 reads, the High Court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine whether a person has been validly elected as a member of Parliament, or the seat of a member has become vacant, or a person has been validly elected as a Speaker of Parliament, having been so elected, has vacated the office of Speaker. Aggrieved by the determination of the High Court under this article may appeal to the Court of Appeal. From the above, it can be seen that if anyone raised the question whether a person has been validly elected as a member of Parliament, or a seat of a member of Parliament has become vacant as a matter of fact, that person is required to go to the High Court for the High Court to resolve any issues around that question. In the instant case, the records brought to the Supreme Court submitted that the question was raised on the floor of Parliament, that by filing nominations to contest as independent members of the 9th Parliament, members of the 8th Parliament should be deemed by reason of the meaning of Article 97(1)(g) to have vacated their seats in the 8th Parliament. Thus, the vacation of seats is not a matter of fact from death or resignation or notice by the parties themselves to Parliament. It is to be taken from an interpretation and enforcement of Article 97(1)(g). It has been argued by counsel for the Speaker that what the Speaker presented to Parliament on 17th October did not constitute a ruling that was executable or amenable to the controversy raised in this suit. On the contrary, we find that nothing can be clearer in the record from Parliament that was brought to this court and considered before this court's ruling of 18th October 2024 that this was an executable ruling. The Speaker's ruling is headed, quote, formal communication by the Speaker. It sets out the background of issues he was considering and covers 10 pages of evaluation of law and fact. He concluded by declaring that, quote, the MPs cannot be allowed by law and my good self to continue to pretend to be representing people that they do not believe in and have no loyalty for in this house any longer. The House is accordingly informed, unquote. These are words that affect the rights of these MPs to remain in Parliament and the rights of their constituents to their representation. Thus, if a controversy is raised to the propriety of the interpretation of Article 97(1)(g) that led to this conclusion, then this court is rightly sized with jurisdiction to provide a hearing to the plaintiff. According to the plaintiff, the Speaker's interpretation of Article 97(1)(g) was wrong because he, the plaintiff, also interpreted Article 97(1)(g) as affecting members of Parliament who wanted to change party affiliation. He also interpreted it as affecting the status of parliamentarians in the next Parliament and not while sitting in the 8th Parliament. These and others are the disputed interpretations that the plaintiff presented to the Supreme Court to give the nation the correct meaning of. For the sake of the record, we set out Article 97(1). A member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament upon a dissolution of Parliament, or if he is elected as Speaker of Parliament, or if he is absent without permission in writing of the Speaker and he is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet. Or D, if he is expelled from Parliament after having been found guilty of contempt of Parliament by a committee of Parliament, or E, if any circumstances arise such that if he were not a member of Parliament would cause him to be disqualified or ineligible for election under Article 94 of this Constitution. Or F, if he resigns from office as a member of Parliament by writing under his hand, addressed to the Speaker. Or G, if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to Parliament to join another party, or seeks to remain in Parliament as an independent member. Or H, if he was elected a member of Parliament as an independent candidate and joins a political party. 2. Notwithstanding paragraph G of clause 1 of this article, a merger of parties at the national level sanctioned by the party's constitution or membership of a coalition government of which his original or political party forms part shall not affect the status of any member of Parliament. Now, clearly, with the disputed interpretations alleged in the plaintiff's statement of case, even if the parties had gone to the High Court under Article 99, the High Court would have been compelled by Article 132, as happened in the case of ex-parte Zaneto Rawlings, to refer these contested meanings to the Supreme Court to determine the correct interpretation. It is therefore disingenuous and wrong, including being an act of disinformation, for the argument to be presented that the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court could never be invoked to determine a constitutional interpretation because of the High Court's jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes on elections and vacation of seats of members of Parliament under Article 99. Our clear view is that Article 99 gives the jurisdiction to hear cases involving questions on validity of election or vacation of seats of a member of Parliament and the Speaker. It does not in any way take away the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to interpret and enforce any provision of the Constitution, including Article 99 itself. We have considered the objection to the procedure used to serve the Speaker because of the administrative service of the Chief Justice in 2021 and 2024.
Listen,
We are satisfied that administrative procedures cannot override the potency of legality, and every procedure used by the Supreme Court to serve the processes on the Speaker of Parliament were actually in conformity with law and the circulars issued by the Chief Justices in 2021 and 2024. Exercise of discretion. The Speaker of Parliament is urging that the Supreme Court breach the rules of natural justice and rules prescribing the manner for exercising discretion in the orders made on 18th October 2024 in hearing the application ex parte and granting orders to stay execution of the Speaker's ruling pending the resolution of the suit. It is a very basic and primary principle of law that an order of stay of execution must be made on consideration of exceptional circumstances that can affect the parties, which exceptional circumstances include the wreaking of irreparable harm if an order of stay of execution is not granted. In the ruling of the Supreme Court on 18th October 2024, the Supreme Court was very clear that its orders were being made because of the exceptional circumstances that would flow from the effect of the ruling of the Speaker of Parliament declaring the 4 seats vacant and a determination not to allow the MPs to remain in Parliament. What are some of the effects that weighed on our minds as exceptional circumstances that were alluded to in the ruling? The 4 constituencies of Amenfi Central, Fomena, Aguna West, and Suhum in the Western region, Ashanti region, Central region, and Eastern regions of Parliament are made up of hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians who have queued to elect these members of Parliament to represent their interests in Parliament as their voices. By declaring that their duly elected representatives in Parliament had vacated their seats for acts that were interpreted within the light of Article 97(1)(g) by the Speaker. The Speaker was actually enforcing this interpretation of Article 97(1)(g) against those hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians, and not just the 4 people that sit in Parliament. He was also doing so at a time that from the official records of Parliament presented to the Supreme Court, the Speaker knew that a contrary interpretation was being placed on the same constitutional provision and that the Supreme Court's jurisdiction had been invoked to provide the correct interpretation. By reason of law, there could be no by-election to replace these elected representatives between 17th October 2024 and 7th January 2025. So, 7th January 2025. 2025. So these Ghanaians would have been left without a voice and representation in Parliament from 18th October 2024 until 7th January 2025, when the 9th Parliament can be duly constituted in Ghana. This exceptional circumstance arising from the outcome of the ruling weighed on the mind of the Supreme Court to grant an order directing a stay of execution of the ruling of the Speaker on 17th October 2024. Second, the effect of this ruling would be that the salaries, allowances, and other emoluments of these members of Parliament would have had to stop being paid immediately. They would have had to vacate their offices in Parliament and cease functioning on any committee of Parliament that they were serving on. If any of them was a minister or deputy minister and had been appointed as such by reason of being members of Parliament, the ruling that they had vacated their seats could have brought those duties to an immediate halt. Indeed, one of the 4 members of Parliament is the current second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. The Supreme Court was very clear that these outcomes that could cause irreparable harm to the constituencies in issue and the MPs themselves constituted exceptional circumstances to warrant a halt of the ruling of the Speaker until the controversy raised had been resolved. The consideration of these exceptional circumstances was clearly spelled out in the ruling of 18th October 2024. So it is surprising that the applicant should urge that the discretion of the Supreme Court was exercised in breach of Article 296. So why did the Supreme Court grant orders after hearing this application ex parte or without notice to the Speaker of Parliament? Once again, the ruling stated the reason clearly. The official records of Parliament for 17th October 2024 was placed before the Supreme Court as an exhibit. The records show that the processes of court had been served through the legal department of Parliament, and this had been brought to the notice of the Speaker. He bantered extensively on this information with the plaintiff on the floor of Parliament. And the Speaker's only reason for choosing to quarrel with the summons from the Supreme Court, an application for injunction to restrain him from ruling on a matter premised on interpretation of Article 97(1)(g), was that as Speaker, he was only supposed to be served with court processes on Monday. This is an unfortunate interpretation of the first column of the circular referred to, because this circular provides for the Speaker of Parliament to be served personally on Mondays and through the legal department of Parliament on any day. But whatever interpretation of the circular that the Speaker chose to put on how he was to be served, the Supreme Court is satisfied that the Speaker was well served with notice of the action that had been started on 15th October 2024 and seeking the correct interpretation of Article 97(1)(g) of the Constitution. He was well served before he delivered his ruling on 17th October 2024 that would lead to the exceptional circumstances enumerated herein. And the Supreme Court carries the constitutional obligation to give the correct interpretation of Article 97(1)(g) for its enforcement, if need be, by the High Court or any person that the interpretation comes to. Hence, the scope of the orders made to stay enforcement of the Speaker's interpretation of Article 97(1)(g). Grant of orders beyond 10 days. The Speaker's lawyer urges that because of Order 25 Rule 18 of the High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2004, CI 47, that enjoins High Courts to grant injunctions and other preservation orders for 10 days in the first instance if heard ex parte, and without notice to one party summoned before the court. The Supreme Court was also enjoined to grant the ex parte order for 10 days as a matter of rules and practice. This is a submission that fails to appreciate the import of Article 2.2 and 2.3 and 2.4, which guide the Supreme Court when dealing with a constitutional matter such as this. We will quote again Articles 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. The Supreme Court shall, for the purposes of a declaration under Clause 1 of this article, make such orders and give such directions as it may consider appropriate for giving effect or enabling effect to be given to declarations so made. Any person or group of persons to whom an order or direction is addressed under Clause 2 of this article by the Supreme Court shall duly obey and carry out the terms of the order or direction. The Constitution enjoins the Supreme Court to make orders that are appropriate for giving effect or enabling effect to be given to its final declarations on the correct meaning of a constitutional provision. And the Constitution is so serious about ensuring the obedience of such orders that it creates the offense of high crime for failure to obey such orders in Article 2.4. Not even the President and Vice President are exempt from obeying the orders of the Supreme Court when they are made to give effect to its duty to prevent a violation of the Constitution. Because of the irreparable harm to the constituencies made up of hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians who would have lost their MPs without the option of a by-election, and the irreparable harm to the MPs who would have lost their seats in Parliament in these last few weeks to the 7th December elections, if the meaning put on Article 97(1)(g) by the Speaker was enforced without a clear determination of the disputes around it. This court found it expedient to compel the parties to allow an early hearing rather than make an order that would last only 10 days. This is the reason for the Supreme Court's orders abridging the 14 days allowed for defending a constitutional action through a statement of case and directing the parties to file their respective statements of cases within 7 days and present the issues for resolution immediately thereafter. If the parties had complied with the court's orders, this would have taken all of the 10 days the applicant urges an ex parte order ought to last. Compliance would also have enabled this court to dispose of this case by this week, including the question of whether the suit is competent in form or the jurisdiction of this court has been properly invoked. It is important, and the question of whether the jurisdiction has been properly invoked is different from whether the jurisdiction exists. It's a different legal question. It is important to place on record that both the plaintiff and the Attorney General have complied with these orders, and this court is able to complete hearing of this suit if the Speaker chooses to file no processes. For the above reasons, the application is refused.
Yamakwa be the bandit 100.94 me pacho eni amebo ye be 30 minutes me minute ne be aduasa no ye Supreme Court ruling na reject ye speaker na application enya asam ne portin no eti national so enya se asam ne portin no ena Supreme Court kasa fa ho asam ne de eda ho asam ne eda ho ne se say MP say oko independent ana say owo amanyokom no free mu ko ba bia say beye na ye beka say ni seat na so free parliament wa na so ntira so de ye nkan na mom speaker ne de na oka say stay of executioner Supreme Court had to ni ruling so no no reject ye no eno amanebo eho aten ena yebuai it is say as a stance no and Supreme Court akasa no MPP for bekoso aye majority in parliament MPP NDC bekoso NDC mrachibejafo bekoso aye the minority in parliament until the substantive matter will be determined by the Supreme Court. Until say Supreme Court ebehwa asem ni mu pote no na sa na beye na tie we ya me mo no tofa na tie no ma bi ase onze we ndi waka brofo tenten wa quote articles ni bebre but the woman is say Supreme Court nyina so a or the years and say aya na so be grant stay of execution bia wo mo hwe say ade we ni say yan fast stay yan to so a de ebesi no ye ntimi nsan repair biem so ade ebesi no sa de ye reverse a enye yie eti sa de ye fast stay ento so ansa enti wo hwe wo mo a ewo parliament wo no se kobasa wo man fast stay ento so no mo kotena fie a wo mo manfo wo mo nya representatives ewo parliament ho wo makatu yakura wo mo nsanka. Eti by the time a Supreme Court be determine say no man yentimi reverse eni tire so mo di stay to so ebra manso aba asem no so se manso eba ho a se we manso bi anu anka problem bi ani ho but se manso eba ho a sa na asem ne tie afenso yentie we ye speaker ka bibi se wo mo ni chief justice etena ase se womo besevo eye onu speaker na say adwumayefo wo parliament ho ana say members of parliament say ye adwada but sa asem no enye entirely true baako ka ho baako e ka ho ne say eye speaker no personally say ono Albambagben ana say Jumayeni no personally ana say MP personally and no na say yedwada. Apart from that, one would to me serve through the legal department of Parliament. And on the Chief Justice Achiremo. And in the service no a passing through the legal department of Parliament and Speaker was same informed. Wamubo Speaker na mane ansana obabeyen ruling and declare sa seat in vacant. It's not just a no so the other one no. It is Supreme Court no keka no mercy and in there. Let just say woman who say speak and ruling no. It is so otwentwen so answer. And also can work and ye and just say woman twem. The mom it is so otwentwen so answer. Iti ebusuya de akwa wie no nti na maboni nyina na ye no mo a yenya adade tie ye no ye te nsem a eye Chief Justice kan we de wanya no kokoa mo cameras no so cameras se no so a say we de ye nyina ya tibie iti na say de ewo mu no ye de anu asi Speaker say eye bosumi aye besimu ya November, early November. Obe recall Parliament. Eti we ne de ya omo recall Parliament na nya afie no besimi kotena majority akotena MPP for mrashebejafo beko majority and this mrashebejafo beko minority. Until the substantive matter will be determined by the Supreme Court. Yeah, we case closed. Mo amukeka kan nsam ne de and de is up to my opinion. Obi are entitled to an opinion. Kamera, I'm watching. You better go yo. Yeah, then I'm just. And then 31st. Woman so de kana o muntua enra na brante be de meka o de meka be abusumi mi no enra bo be no num na mi say wa send ama me
send ya wa send
oh yeah it will be out do obi aka bia no say abusumi na so kwana kotua ya no so ya de nkrofo aka on yeso ye kwa kotua
maybe de muntai urade ya duma
Monday na betua yeah, some
teacher Ankoma.
Okay.
Ya botre Monday baba.
Ada what the teacher Ankoma ka?
They get a tres so pass one ho na mko. My brothers nyina je see am nim baby a obi afa Samia wuku minim si watu kwan so watu o man mu.
Oya campaign otu kwan kwan. Owe propon.
Me kwa wa me hu no ye mekwa ya so aba NLA na ma ba NLA woni ho ya sisisia no wo committee na me dimirika committee ho mekwa ya so asore me hu no Justin Kodua Frempon wono so ya si meeting me hu no na nabi kura de
anabi de se no na US ho
she enti sisi ade
Uncle US minim se waba
wa kokura wa ankrame nti ya teacher Ankoma ya
teacher Ankoma ya de o cheche ni a otime bu akwabena sa ne de na je se
o ye business yo o ye business man
say okay one your business now where there no
business
dear pa I'm sure it's a man do ekoso bro so na yanko ene okay how you need 100.9 ya dia sedane my peacefmonline.com cdnewsroom.com myjournline.com check out ghana.com star fmgh any other relevant news portals akwabra yeka no so no Ghana Freedom Party woman yan ntamo na emre ne kwa na ekono Eso mutimi submit wo nominee no Educom Electoral Commission.
See am 10 days.
10 days but 10 days near the maximum. Emre ko because adaji eni ho. Nominee so submitting in term. Electoral Commission is utimi yom no man 10 term.
My daddy. O de memfa no say let's ya assumption. Se wo man tumi amfa obi ankwa.
Ya be den ya na.
Ya be den.
Eno so minimo. There also be some minimum. So man for be ankwa I don't know minimum what will happen.
Not as one besa akoya balloting foforo.
I don't know. I just say there weekend na questions are yin na ye bi. Say ba say o man for be ankwa ba me dey misusu say who say mra na nye clear. E wo no ma bi ho. So e just say ba say wo man submit ya no so mra na nka mra na silent. Wanka bibi anfa ho. Eti mra na kan say nipa no within 10 days omo signed the nominee for froba. Na wanfa nko
good.
Eti wanfa nko de na ballot in the apprent na no yemfa nko. Yemfa no anko. Na se ye bepe bibi black bi de afa ekwadonko anim ho na.
O ye betumi kura aja. Say ye nyina ye nimisi wawu.
As assembly member bi kura edi nkonim wo takrad ho ye takwa.
Ena ye nyina ye nimisi wawu.
Enti
dia yasu wo mun hodu won no memo wo mun nse no wo mun
wo mun twentwen so ebia na nominee bi ama na se nominee bi beba dia so ho ende na chese wo ma sign reprint enti na kwamna kan na hye ne so se ballot paper no numbers ni so enye se number 1 2 3 4 5 o wan wi da ogoto abe ballot paper numbers wo so da
Debi.
It is a
basapuno.
It's a basapuno. Even so, one will say, one will ye Yamamia Gradonco from no positions in a sa. As a son, Bibian's a son, as how because Nipan on one a bowie. Nipa betuaman and the logo near. I'm found in a position as a because ballot paper no. Number 1, number 2, number 3 near Denny so.
But my dear woman, Sadi and so I campaign.
Yes, one more the campaign. Good. I agree. I agree. Inti unse the party campaign will be 100 the ends will do our back.
Yeah. And ba kubin swa.
Yeah.
Ayi kakra wo ho number 8. Number 1 ase ho. Ya donko. One enti Niamani bi wo ho a.
Okay, well then yenhwe at is good because yes you drew sa curve we so. Na yenhwe ye curve no. No ama ye betimi ye de free ho because say ba say ba say obi amfa nkwa de en de besi. Nti eno no so yehwe de ebeko. How you did 100.9 media say ma peacefmonline.com. citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, starfmgh, checkoutghana.com, any other relevant news portals. One of the boy bear for the home I say. And someone would ready him. Yeah, the bread will need 100.9. It's a Yakoso, no. Emra Seminole so dear, and one is open who said, Ye Casawa, now you may be constructive. Na obi to match the wadwen you can decide your call so to say let's just say obi to match I mentioned saying for we. This election is about the economy and not your useless 50 questions. Mahama tells Baumia. The National Democratic Congress flag bearer John Dramani Mahama has doubled down on his demand for the new Patriotic Party's presidential candidate Dr. Mahmoud Baumia to address critical issues regarding Ghana's economy rather than deflecting with useless questions.
Abusiafo de Magdalene was my boss we. And somewhere eteguo ewo internet so no. Ena oyi ne se apaso ade e de mamu baako. Na enra ye bo mama ne say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the questions baako enum and my Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia say only ano because some time ago Oma pa kwesi emisata 170 questions. Sa questions no kra wan sanfa eno no nsanya no. Na danwa na Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia. Answer the questions back aduo no 50. E the man say men so me ma 50 questions ya no. Na no na His Excellency John Dramani Mahama katra His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia say abatuo na ye ba betuo no eye economy no a agye egu no asabi enya 50 questions ya mfaso bia ni so no eno na omo ba beka ho asem wonim nam ho a ho sre se wonim nam ho a ho sre na wo sre apro enti ho eno wo kata ne se sa 50 questions no mfaso bia ni so won sena economy no agye egu no.
Okay. Supreme Court rejects Bagbian's application to reverse ruling on vacant seats. The Supreme Court of Ghana has dismissed an application by Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbian, who brought to reverse a previous ruling that blocked his declaration of 4 parliamentary seats as vacant.
Abusiafo enra ayamani misam dada se Supreme Court kwa asetena. Na asetena mu no ana wode betu dwa se Speaker ya wo Parliament wa bambabe asemu a wono eso akyere de aba Supreme Court se obi ani ne fi asem no obi adi ne fi asem wenye yi ekyere se ejina no a osiye no ne tietemu an se won twensan ade bakwa akosi omuso mekokot da bembo November 11. Good.
Yeah.
11th November. And sana womu akwa kudi asem no ankasa nti for now they wouldn't can the bar first no vacant now would declare no yen declare nti that's why majority minority the net TFS no asem dada no sa net.
Election 2024 will be professional, Bawumia tells Police Service. Vice President and Chairman of the Ghana Police Council, Dr. Mahmood Bawumia, has called on the Ghana Police Service to ensure a peaceful, transparent, and incident-free general election in December.
Abusia for His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia, Enra, na ye 53rd Cadet Officers Graduation. Na unim se Police Council no na ye chairman titreni. Ana wode to aposifo nanim se aba no aye ba beto no opese aposifo ya professional wo mumma asumdwe ba yempe basbasa bia watimi wakame bia yempe bibia wom said wo madwuma wote no wo munya no sa.
One term President Mahama in a class of his own, Akufo-Addo. President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo has expressed his hopes that the new Patriotic Party's presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmood Bawumia, will avoid joining the ranks of one-term president, a comment seemingly directed at former President John Dramani Mahama's recent refusal to debate Bawumia.
Abusia for His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Wakase. Na eya samwa no wo bakutia wo de bojediam obo na kutia se ekutia kantema obi anim ne de ewom na akwaya te se debate no a braye debate a wo se wo mpese wo ba no ena no wo bo JDM akutia na wo te se wo mpese Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia obeye one term president te se de JDM ye no wo mpe no sa.
Okay, how you need 100.9 Kwabena Brand continue fancy ha. Yadi asedem peacefmonline.com, cdnewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FMGH, any other relevant news portals. One of the boy bear from Tenta Homa Sonum. Yade summer hodo yade bra we need 100.9. Afia bebo ra eyede obon krata animo. Na ya hwe summer hodo ekoso. Na Kwabena na mi bisa asem bi on. Wei Onza uko banka. Yes, man, you call. na saa de no e de be ntira wonim de nti a ukọ bank ye say ente say wo ye telephone call our banking hall
okay me nimba imagine na me de bu
me so kra me je de nim
me say bia woni am Robert
am Robert na e kasa
imagine me say
ana sika mpe dede oda me si dede bia na sika mpe dede nti wo no
when we say
yenye dede but say reason ye say am Roberts nti ana nipa bonifo bi nti na wo ye ko a ene nipa no ntimi text yenye WhatsApp but bank go gra zo kaza so that's here iti I mean name the reason e bia na said because obi wo kro be kasa boko be ka cho say menye call but wo che bank adwumayefo no de wo ye calls wujina na nim call to me receive call
na ma jeri
Mentias you as I never trim adwuansi so
even crampo won say normally robbery be to me koso yet me tia kwache bank adwumayefo ni na tra say bank adwumayefo no anso to me ma information
yes you beat me yes papa
yes about nipa no a wakwa
yi cash no
yes wo mo to me because sometimes robbery be wo hone enko majority normally one will say omo to me ba so to me catch we say for 50,000
I will call you and Fabra no ma bo scan cross antro
yes but to be say we say why na we need nkomo woni obi ani nkomo woni obi anka sika wasem and one says straight for 20,000 no bra de wo koyi free bank sisi ano de asha wo ka boot bra be yi and what say information na nipa no a wo ba be wrobu nu kuta no a sometimes it so obi akoyi ska free bank na moto di nachi traffic him pe ni yiska no ni adimirika no de ko
eti mentias say ebi obi betimi educate ya yetefo de say na mo boy
me dey na madwene ya me say
reason benti and ye say banking hall menye call.
Yeah.
What is the reason behind?
Majority, I think
yes.
That's the reason I me can say imagine you
me so cry me so imagine
you. Can say o be we are there. And say when you Roberts.
Because we say we be your call now ni obi akabo ma be we are there and say atete na ya keke chep. Because any WhatsApp you want to one normal between the WhatsApp na ya kwa no WhatsApp no crowd there what be send location you
na wo mu anka say adwuma ya
fo no say call body afi na be kire say we edan we ya chi wo ba
o mu anka say adwuma ya fo no kura yesuro o mu ten o mu
me na me ka kire
because nipa no a wo ba be yiska no se me fa ansa mete wo mpo na me ye roba me minim sika dodo a wo be yi but we di o mu tumi bo sika no dodo o kire wo say sika no a wo koyi ye no fabra one farmer no wawu because what information say who was sikano na obeko more na ya trouble ho the any stolen property in your car is deeply regretted my jare one say wure supermarket ya wo ma trotro more no wo ma trotro atetale ho say any stolen item is deeply regretted. Say ubi bia waka mu a yebewia no enyi wo ma
they are not responsible for stolen item ebia say bibi betu sika na say bibi sa
na wo bi a waye more na me ba ho wo se me protection de eni winsem ekwai ni manim wa yes ade na si wo no wo si me protection de mfa ho
okay hwe kwamna me bisa AI say adenti na yenye phone call ade no kwa na peculiar to Ghana now I say in Ghana making phone calls at banking halls is generally discouraged due to one security concerns. Phone calls can compromise customer privacy. Aputo one require one my eduma phone here be yensha number 2 name disturbances ringing tones disrupt banking operations ringing tone obi kan zika ringing tone there disruption of banking operations and I don't know where there enya no answer the phone to silent Obi fra out to make kasa. Okay, number 3. Confidentiality. Banking transaction require confidentiality. Say it is how the other end of your phone do you call. Are they not giving our information outside?
Yes.
So I say, number 3 no. What they say number 3 no. Number 3 no crown my kind no. No, I say noise level. Banking halls aim to maintain a professional atmosphere. Professional atmosphere. Okay, me the phone auto silent. Obi a friend na me kasa boko. I mean, ye didn't TTM. Me TTM one abe pam ye free banking hall. It.
My daddy, my daddy, moment there. Oh, kasa, boko.
Oze me yadi ha.
Oh, kasa, boko.
Masa me time me kasa boko. Me never don't for be kasa. We need say na me kasa. Say me no na kasa me TTM go so na.
Oh, my daddy, yenimu pa.
Okay, masa daddy.
Asabia, why? Where we?
Kwabra.
Mo fa na mo nka mo no homra.
Kwabra
go
reason a ade ama me no reason ni na to so.
Ma jade sanka me kura ka me nko ahu. Ka wu yi sika. Na hu se tella no.
Oye caller.
Say we di ni phone.
Say we di phone free ni sem. Because we ni ma ade call.
Yes. Mo ankasa banking for no. Tell us no omu is kamayen. Any kwan say omu krom use phone wo.
Ba obekọ na tell us na ye calls. Ebia no obi so akwa isika bi emu odu. Eti na question na bibisa ne say, eti reason ben pantina ye Ghana ha okọ banking halls a ye say menye call. What reason? Ye ntiase because ne WhatsApp aba me to wa win information na me dey call. When information I made a call. It's a debate reason painting as well banking hall a man ye call. Meanwhile, if you call your key or hole. What's your banking hall was Obi Friday, Jim was a Piet now Baba with your cock a security for no piano the way free was a reason bay now yes a banking hall man ye call. Mon can't say anything because maybe say AI no reason or the man ninja no the atone so the reason way there and yet relevant. And yet relevant. I didn't tina maybe the tell us na dwuma your phone there one mutimi your calls na ye de mo se ye nte say ye calls
there is some me say me te wana me kasa o monte ba wo de
some me voice mu edu nti
o bet
na be bisa say some na anyway ye nto aso pamna ye mfa nkrata no na ye nko anim ye hwe nsema hodo wo de wo nkrata no me na telefone
abusiafo the worker time me dem amu atiama mu akwaba Ghanaian Times ya na Ghanaian Times ya nim ha or the Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia His Excellency the Vice President na wajja na no hunwi no top the Azuma de ni bi no Azuma Nelson on the first Azuma na body no wajja top no nko the same as Dr. Pakwesindom Dr. Pakwesindom nso de no ase ni nyina wawere ena wagya esoro no nko nti se wokok ayi Elmina akotobinsi baabi a wo moto dame no a wo ba bese pe obonsu wo mo man fans Pakwesindom na nunwi wode ponsefu na the man of fans want to form a bad yes buy a different obi anu ai obesia odua se eye normal into opie ya pe Pakwesindom na nunwi odi ponsefu no no so awevu ye anwi na wetem no akọ ana ayinsu wo bi listowel na poku ono so wasa anu ni bi pepepe e wo top say ya wagya no kama pa vice president nso e wo bi na watasa wo katra posifo say abano aye ba beto no wompa posifo bi e be ya basabasa obi ansonso no ho yase wokọ atemotafo a ye nuanom a wo mo yare ebi kura ye autism a ebi kura wo cerebral palsy yadeɛ yi bie ɛna nkɔfoɔ to wɔn mu naa sɛ wɔn a wɔn ho ɛden ɛne nam hɔ ɔnkɔsi wɔn pɛ sɛ bi a wɔbɛma nipa koro sika anaasɛ biribi nti wɔnyɛ sɛ wei wɔyare nipa no akora wɔabubu agu hɔ nti wɔwie no wɔ odwane a wɔntumi nteɛnteɛm ɛna wɔtizimfoɔ yi sɛ wɔyɛ wie a wɔntumi nkɔka nkyerɛ obiara sɛ obi ayɛ no bɔne because wɔka wɔbɛyɛ de mpa akyerɛkyerɛ mu akyerɛ nipa koro no ɛna nkɔfoɔ take advantage ɛna ayaafoɔ no ɛna wɔn to wɔn mu naa wɔn ayaa ne so wɔkɔ akɔsra wɔn wɔhyɛ sɛ wɔn ano wabaa no ho no wɔkɔ ɛwɔ akyemotafo na Dr. Ado ɛna wɔkyɛ sɛ wɔn ɛda antiretroviral drugs so HIV deɛ no yɛ 160,000 esi a first no HIV oka na ehu sisi a deɛ ɛnyɛ nkɔfoɔ hu baako koraa wɔn afa no normal ɛte sɛ COVID-19 ba foforɔ sɛ bra bɛsen kɔ akɔ remember sɛ na me ba adwuma mu na baabi a me firi ba no me hu nipa posifoɔ baako ɛna tuatua kwan mu from wa to abɛka junction enti yɛne ane yɛ nsɛmtrɛfoɔ ne deɛ ne yɛ ne namu a ekuroma yɛ di COVID-19 sisie wo de opa
COVID-19 asɛm na okay
ka sɛ COVID-19 saa baby ontu obi ankɔda obi ampo nkɔda obi ankɔ ɛne ɛte sɛ wokɔpɛ yareɛ foforɔ bi a ɛhu na wo de ba de ɛne fine
kwabe nso krom yɛ dɛ Erade Nyankopɔ dachi na edebeka
sama boboba ne
dachi ye nananom Nyankopɔ ma yɛn kwatenten ye nananom eba beto yɛn ne yɛ to ne yɛ de bɔ mo
nti saa nneɛma nyinaa yɛ kyerɛgu akasim
kwa akasim pa especially this time abɛfo kwan aba yetimi ekipo no ama no
records
record nti we dey wa akasim pa campaign pa be kai say COVID na me kɔ konongo na midru nsawom junction ne so na kai kuta me na Range Rover na me yi no be 3 days na me kɔ na we for chair me steps for customs for no omo se mi car no metu duty ana na me se woma se no womo code so mo code bi omo bom but
assassination omo be engine no ho no ma
ma ko for delay me sabre so be de aduro kwa koma me wife e okonongo womu delay me ave omu wie ya wa wani tu womu check hu say bibia ya okay no na COVID we ye de na me say COVID no mo pede mo pe kokora na ze
mo COVID ya de
na me say yo mate na me ru am ke na every makoma na me say yo mo COVID gift ni na me de ma na me come babe
o my ze ma no ade bia wo mo beji bibi wo
COVID abanzo na we ye COVID gift we
ma would do birthday or beji ade
Abran yakwa amanu so na ye ne lawyer fo no eni nkoma na wofa wa amanu so so tene gaje lawyer Gary ni magwa na on de tene gaje
David brother metena
yo
Samia uku na mesementi
on tene ka okay all right me that's
brother Gary
lawyer Gary ni mako lawyer Mache
yes so me ya me say
nyame adoboko na ba so so
oko
ye ne Nyankopon ase
na yes mo tche push no na obna say opesi wo NLA
ase na ne jom pa
ese oje okwu me fede sem no
ase wo
obra chao
okay gabra so chao pa why okay all right okay lawyer na anopa de ye frewa enra de esi wo Supreme Court bono tofa man ase chere ne sen mo na mra emu nim
yo amisa cho bi o cho tifo nyina na de si court nyina no ene say na no yura babe orally on question bia I find say at force in the betu na nim a watch say MP490, maybe a fairly independent, maybe a fairly on a political party ticket. I mean, you know, some MP4 now, would declare it me vacant. My speaker adjourned case now for 2 days. Saying or cannot control a reasoned opinion at their back and a ruling their back. Or quite no control or the buy and anything to one say or declare all those 4 seats vacant. The United one say that for no a file with the electoral commission either as independent candidates or more fairly on the ticket of a political party. Now, I find your marking honorable. I just I want to say. Now, I can say before now, really clear ban. Now, honorable for your marking, or the Supreme Court that say constitution no. It's actually moon be on ma. I was a take on honor. Now, you know, on certain say if we say a majority for no, I place a different meaning in the provision of the Constitution, Article 97. And minority for no, I'm also a speaker. I'm also no, actually different. Now, Remuno, a bassa, say be a provision in the Constitution. Now, MONTIE, we man different meaning, While for maybe a sana, almost about it. As some know how crown a clear crown, we see what they be or no, they're not going to do Tiasi. We see not Tiasi. A bassa, the only body, and my counsel, and my quan say, what teachers are many more interpretation and enforcement, yeah, Supreme Court of to be into me, or Ghana, say, or no, they need a constitution, interpretation, be a Supreme Court of one said to me, I was a yes idea. Tina or the court order that. And or finally, what we call an injunction process. Just say, idea. You will speak about me. And Kawunyai and teach the moon of the Pesoyan. Now, one train Supreme Court and finding in a sombra. No more the bar, Nanka in a binding in us of mine. Because Supreme Court of Kwan, the work to me, what was a church and Remo. As you find a CBR, Parliament of Quayamba, Embrombayano, some nano, ultra virus, the parliamentary. It's a beer, Manomia, no Mako, a Broma Horn, Swa. And then Manomoye no, and the Constitution there be a boy bra. And I am man in Asia Kuya. Supreme Court of Kwan at Bako. What is so many almost at the white Parliament here and then Supreme Court of Babatogo. The Supreme Court to me now the idea of mine, I say a checky be a hold the balance of power to make sure, say, the 3 organs in will be in Wababon now, more than so. And he went about me, almost a injunction is 7 on Anthony and Pan Sakai. But they went through the clerk of, the law office of Parliament. Sakai, no, why ignore it. I know proceed here to give the ruling. We here now feel what the autocrat in saying, and now they took a court of Qatar. Was saying for some command register the Supreme Court. Say service on 7 no. Service no, and then man a boy bra because he has 7 on Monday. No, say 7 on Monday. Now, Chief Justice I circular say, very party direction. Say it was also Speaker of Parliament. So 7 Monday in one. And so even though now contents now whole contents not there, that's what they return it back to Parliament. And I find it quite weird in the sense that now with me several Speaker Monday. The mom with me to several law office or so any other day. And the service itself was proper. Yet you were spamming a sadi and then quite in Mura. Ushaya, your mamma Chief Justice, and might get the ruling. No application by no. The bear so manifest and so clear, say. Here, Baba Speaker, why should I'm more Ghana, my? I should have more Ghana, my? Because, Sabi, Ubu Ghana, my, and was a kind of Ubi Dina, Adiana, one train. Nanka, Supreme Court, I teach him, sir, at what point in time, not to get 1G and H, no, a trigger. Is it at the time of filing an electoral commission? And I say, at the time, member of Parliament, Nankasa, apagya ne body free baby ɔteɛ akɔtena another side, whether from majority to minority or majority to minority. Because parliament they sit in groups. Either you sit with the majority or sit with the minority. So if you are independent power, you must decide if you will do business with the majority or with the minority. To Kaya, maybe a chairman. Because what you saying, yes, or no independent, you know, and I say, or no cost capital, you know, who feel the side, echo another side. And they feel it's a clear case of crossing carpet. So what I say. The no I so a year court Montu say stay now a year Supreme Court no say a seminar be down court meeting no friend is speaker and picture so na sa a seminar court no ni na court na hwehwe mu say at the minute segment no deputation na speaker to so no and then right and the majority for the canon and then right assembly constituency no on twentwen na the matter happen before you know any more of parliament until some may can use Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ya gane. And I call ya put so one can say that be speaker. I do no I shouldn't train ye. Say court papers part the brewo. No said their brewo. No ya was said their brewo. No proceeded to give a ruling. No way ya. What's our time? And you know their back court say. The answer me yet Mumuni. What they know very well say. At the Kudia party, you are from market, a catch the say, opposite way, no. Say, stay your hands off the matter. Then you interpretation, no. The one penny I'm no. If he says the Speaker of Parliament, only got one in you cry. The got my judgment away, no.
Okay.
And your my judgment away. And then the personal working away. And now you might be a careful, or China or China or and he might be say, idea away, no. I say, oh, ye be to do be better. Your man, and you fico. And I've maintained this point all the time. May offer me about Brahma. You become man fico. Despite the fact that I say, may ye among you and now may ye among yourself. May from running among yourself. We yes, our pair. So be one, I'll say what you ma. Between when this is for clients or they come to consult me. You want before clients or they come to consult me. So what I say? The old man become a bit of random one. No watch them, man, fico. What you politics in change. The idea you were speaking here, and not yet, you want to do. I shouldn't trade ye. You don't trade ye, because you see, the Supreme Court of my order. That's all your man, no one who are friend is sure. And now you'll be offering the sure. A high crime. And the pastor also, my man, and now vice president. Before the 2 years so. Before the 2 years so. And there's a further consequence on it. Say what me cry, I think Bano say want me and make public election for 10 years. You go to prison. Account. And you talk to me, no, these are 2 years at the very opening chapter of the Constitution, no, and the Supreme Court, no. Article 1, Article 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5. Nina chile say a mena na omoye amamra we say no. Na penifo nyina hu say na penifo ye mra hu say ye hwa de fe the constitutional supremacy anya parliamentary supremacy enti de obaye bia no ye nyina se constitution ase o Britain na your parliamentary supremacy of Britain but Ghana had your constitutional supremacy, which means it's the constitutional supreme, not parliament. It's not parliament. To be no, we are very careful. They will say, no constitutional and the supreme. Sanity. If you actions, no, then you actually say, Supreme Court, order. Order, we say, in their wisdom, no, they consider it appropriate. You cannot disobey the order. Disobey order now. Or commit high crime.
Okay.
The extent say, here we speaker, Babe, we are aware of a pendency of an judicial application. Occupies the high office of Parliament, Speaker of Parliament. We are brand new of several years standing. Also, what's in a Parliament? In the two. What's in our business? The marine, I started to understand how when him say, I said, judicial application. Because you say idea we a patrolman yet because I think that the Supreme Court say on teach him whether rightfully or wrongfully no. Men a speaker because my whole minister. Mon Supreme Court number. We are the court becano in the Juma. And then you say Supreme Court no quan and that is 130. Or the part to interpret the Constitution and enforcement. Not Parliament. Parliament cannot make interpretation of the Constitution. What do I say? They cannot. And you know, I dare speak there. I am more
okay. All right. Yen Shay. Ebra, a Chief Justice Ekasano, Obo Bibiso say lack of representation of the people are almost about the mass halfway. And no, is it because Asemi see within a period that yen to me by elections and now because Majimono, meaning say your processes were where actually says a BB Saba, ya by elections. A man Crawford South one affected constituents and woman representation.
And oh, sir. Paper is declared to be vacant. I was nipa na omo sa constituency on him akonya to bring another person. Now say they will 90 days to elections. Since that time now, which means we by elections are invariably no. And I will say, so we the whole year now. You are denying their representation. And for former parliaments national, they are not there by themselves. They are there representing a constituency. Thousands of people in the constituency, and their voice must be heard. And it's only the way here. Let's say only representation in parliament. What you are doing is between now, at the time now, yes, I did go do January 7th. No, their voices will not be heard in parliament. And would that be fair? I don't think that would be fair. So you see, if you say that your understanding of the Constitution is that the mere filing or the filing of these people at the EC amounts to a vacation of their seat. That's the other one to say. The filing does not amount to a vacation of their seat. It simply means the two parties are putting rival meanings to the provision of the Constitution. And by extension, the constitutional interpretation are rising. Anytime we are provision, the provision no, Emma double meaning. Provision no, Emma rival meaning. You say, we say meaning say, no. It means there has to be a constitutional interpretation. And that power invested only in the Supreme Court and Article 130 of the Constitution. And you know, that power does not vest with the Speaker of Parliament. And he knows that. But once you said, your understanding is this, no? You have done interpretation. You have done interpretation. How do you come to the conclusion? It's not interpretation. But which power vests with the Supreme Court? Because what the minority is saying, sir, as far as they are concerned, the filing does not amount to vacation of the seat, no? Now, look at the different one, no? You hold your hand at the Supreme Court, deal with the matter. See, I don't know why this matters really drag up to now, and a senior lawyer like the Speaker will push into this situation. I think he's the one who has pushed into this situation.
But lawyer, and then I will blame Speaker, no, sir, because I am Rasem that you can you.
Because they blame you because, sir, we are lawyer. Now, obey the rates and the injunction every several. Now, or say, I did be a year in future, no. Sadia no meant for year. Because Sadia for year, no. Which you will be here to the moon. It's like an injunction. It's meant for year. Now, the very thing now, or say, men, no. What possibly a year? We are. What Tamunkatano? And they are called back to the registry of the Supreme Court. Is that how we run democracy? Is that how you run democracy?
Okay, it's a better once a year. And someone na aqua court no. A year quaco seeking for interpretation as speaker. A 2 so a man ruling in tea. Se koba se ka mansu bi ene so dia na ko ye nadwuma se de so ye nadwuma. Okay.
Because see, some of say majority side, minority side. I say, some now we are all at either. It na be ko bankum. Say at the end of the segment no, GH no, it means the same thing they are. Then no apply. You apply it. You don't interpret it. But once the two parties are putting different meanings to the same provision, then you cannot proceed. You can't proceed. And this is basic interpretation. You can't proceed. You have to leave it. Hold your hands. Especially so when there's a writ pending before the appropriate forum, and there's an injunction process attached to the writ, and you have been served. So at the end of the now we're the same thing. Then you create this confusion in the country. And now, Bako say is saying no majority. Bako say ono minority. On majority game. Bako say ya seven stay order. I want to show. Then now speaker now goes to parliament, go to Supreme Court to say you should set aside the order of the state. Supreme Court set aside the order of the state. Yesterday, you were all witness what happened at the Supreme Court. So, me must say, if we are back there, we a senior citizen, he's an astute lawyer of many years standing. Had Dentina written a buyer, no, Sabreno, and the Josh in a buyer, no. One can say, okay, let me hasten slowly. Wait about, and John Shaba, you are some law office. And the secretary says, I can be served personally on Mondays. And I say, they can serve any other officer. And the law officer has been served. And so therefore, we have been served. Now, what do you wait, you know, and then Josh, you know, say, I don't want to preach at the matter. And you know, Parliament. Let's with the balance of power now. We'll be any Juna. Then the Supreme Court, any Juma. What do you mean we are? Then it comes to bind all of us. We are Casemwe came back. Casemwe, you always came back. I would try sometime you Makunindi. I would tell you Makunindi. Why the rush to place interpretation of the provision of the Constitution when you are not satisfied to interpret the Constitution? And you know, the Speaker knows, so we need 2 minutes to interpret the Constitution. And once you say, to your understanding, it means this. It means your interpretation. And he knows that. He knows that. To your understanding, this thing means it. Meaning to my understanding, it means it. So, we are putting rather meanings to the same provision of the Constitution. And the only forum to give us a finality, you know, is the Supreme Court. So why did the Speaker rush to put us in all this problem? For me, the way forward is very simple. He has caused all these problems. The Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Ababamen, has caused all these problems. And so he should correct himself by just making sure, say, what I'm making, what I know is effected forthwith. Now, I will do Parliament on more. Record the Baswa. I find your mark in the for Honorable among a majority. You are to force in the for. They are the minority. Now, Parliament is going to enforce until the determination of the suit by the Supreme Court to determine the matter one way or the other. Say, some way be before, but be more. That to me at this stage, you know, is immaterial. But the balance of power should be held at the Parliament. Say, some now Supreme Court can say, what's still no, and one no. Meaning say, who let's speak here no. It is so. Ice block eka home and the Parliament and Kosonya Juma. It's as simple as ABC.
Okay. Now, Yansha de bi wa ha o. Aya mo a lawyer for na minimum rana. Se bibi say see a ete se mo boa na oman ne yete ase no. Ye behwe na ensam no ya politicize no. Etu benya NDC lawyer pa o ye lawyer ni obeka so the Supreme Court kra no any jurisdiction will speak as a so. Now we benya MPP lawyer near ono nso obeka so Supreme Court will jurisdiction was so now the politicization at the Buddha sense. Mr. Banisana young man for no a fine a yebenya yentiasie. What do we do? Because they are working. Yeah.
Also, maybe I premise my statement by telling you something.
Yeah.
I have clientele across all the divide. I'm not catching all people before. Now you mother. In Dumtama, or more, let's qualify, no 2016 election or so. They didn't equal to hear the good in a kind of man. As you had before. I know where is man, where the peri and the where you man. I feel the penny the where you man. I hear me, I'm a stay. Time I only did for Contaqua, I want party more. Former critical MP. No, we done it one office here. We did him at the High Court, the Punya, the Supreme Court. One day, I do not tell him my rollers. And then that case, they reported to the Supreme Court of Ghana law report. They don't credit the pay and Emejuma. They feel me penny from the Emejuma. The party for ya didn't ya, Mecca. So what I say, the way she had in ya, Mecca. Supreme Court, no, and I think wanted to know, was say the Supreme Court shall have exclusive original jurisdiction in all matters relating to the enforcement or interpretation of the Constitution. Article 131A. It just said the Supreme Court of Ghana, and no one to me, oh Ghana, say a bastard of Constitution which is the one, and they say obey enforcement. A Yomajuma, and I said, Speaker of Parliament, and that's Agymano. And the Speaker knows this provision too well, more than me. The Abana say, and obey air in this previous manner. We have kind of correct war. Maybe I know NDC for, maybe I know before. A lawyer be away from Biano. What do you call on read? Call on read? Let's say obey propaganda.
Okay. Because lawyer me the likes of Honorable Dominic Ayine or can declare say Speaker cannot reject orders of the Supreme Court.
Dominic Ayine,
yes, or making it clear. Honorable Harry Idris Ukro court regards me. Eka say yes, court nakasa. It's a train the Speaker. So say this it no.
Honorable Harry Idris.
Yeah.
Dominic Ayine. What's the name of the University of Ghana? Na sebe oye madafo. Na ye call program bia na say ye camera semwa. Yeah, na oye so proud. Say somebody like Gary Nibakon, I was part of the legal education. Then and he said no in a very boastful manner. So who say sebe Ubia, we are part of legal education. No? Even though we are cross paths on political platforms, the panel, a bus and man or come man with the gray, we hardly disagree on matters of law. We hardly disagree on matters of law. Haruna, Mr. Hussein, former MP. I think he was for Tamale or where?
It's Tamale Central, yeah, former MP, yeah.
Yes. Asia program show near your camera somewhere. You will enjoy it. Yes, Pastor Brandon Brandon put your chair on the yes, your camera. Oh, now, Sabi, with the camera, as a man who be to now teaching the wood here. Now you want when you go in the same law school, if we get trained by the same people, so what you say? As far as that kind of, I don't know, catch you. Look at Todona, Alna, English worker, honorable English worker. Look at Wakama. Parliament cannot reject the orders of the Supreme Court. No. That can never happen. Why? Is Parliament, Speaker of Parliament not under the Constitution of Ghana? Is he above the Constitution of Ghana? He is not. He is not. And like the Supreme Court said yesterday, the persons who are benefiting whatever from the constitutional interpretation and enforcement, you need not show any committee of interest in it. Any person. And any person means any person. Once you're a Ghanaian citizen, you can go to Supreme Court. And every what you can go for interpretation and enforcement. And it's here, say, in the clear face of the law, be much than an idea, not because of political interest. I'm not by force to comment on it. And by force, no comment on. By force. That's what I say. But about public education, about public in who say, we name Brano. Somebody who to now. I don't say they should give you citation of the authority that they are basing what they are saying on. Make I say, Mama citation, say, I don't know 131A, Macachel.
Yes.
Macachel say, when it comes to the constitutional enforcement, and the punishment are a woman so. Macachel say, and also Article 1, Article 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5. Who how Supreme Court to me, and you're so wide and so broad and so strong. Sir, you cannot stay in Parliament and say, court the order. This is me fight get you. Some of our customers are no big case. But it's not a man one, and I was just listening to them and say, hey, now when we saw the case the same way, court decided for contempt, and they go and stand at the Supreme Court and answer the contempt. And they go there. Yeah, sometimes you get careful with our public utterance and pronouncement.
Now, say you be careful about your public utterance and pronouncements. See, show Facebook is your public. So for the purposes of Facebook, may share comments be abaso. A branch be to say Mullah Razak, uncivilized because we the attempt say poto. Eye me no. Ofa obi to say obi so say your friend no. Eye tete or the say tete nankom se den. We did the attempt say poto. Eye me no interview a ye yo. And when you that ye chire me. Inti say no ama way any general public have a whole MP or say the also Supreme Court you're politically motivated. Waka some no watara or the atoko ejahoko na ne manfo so awo madwemu no wo so adi akire. See, I'm saying this because ayana sometimes we name the way when you be anwen pe again to say mpaboa size kwamna manfo ne kan na ayana to da bia wo hu nkrofo bi way of thinking na you can clearly state say or you too shallow to deal with it. These comment, yes, I'm telling you because I'm over the attempt on Facebook on come me with you. She ni padodo over Facebook so awon mo hwe any attempt did and was handed you. That is why for the purposes of that I have to draw your attention to it. Efa or transisa ayama your phone ye na wo mo nkrofo wo mo nwin deep wo mo kasa keke and they just leave it. What do we do? How do we deal with it?
Me you know I'm sorry I wish I'm not be more than ra. I don't know me 49 years.
Your belated birthday.
Thank you. I mean you know I will come as no. The me who is akoda di bu ye di baba panimu. Me who say akoda di panimu atem da. I who be that. And now me call Roman seminary. C'est du seminary na compete Roman father. And then more people who are me who say akoda di panimu atem da. And then na mafwe that culture of insult. My brother, they don't even find out the basis for the insult. It's unfortunate. And I think it's a culture we might deprecate it. I was saying penny for no, make a DNA anymore. Like a watch them Koran Nantie. Says Sasumano, if I'm obra. And now credit could generate so. And now baby, social media. Now we did penny for them. How many no? Cut my life short. Cut my life short. Because the neighborhoods of you could be 25, I say gone too soon. 8 years gone too soon. We be in 30. No, Sans one will be a catcher life short. And for me, we are MP. Now, did we do money more? And what's a who should buy no conduct, no? A example for people to emulate. That's a we MP. Now, we just with the TV show and a radio show. Now, I say, the pushing for the year, no, a meaning I should be political motivated. The one thing I dear opportunity, I was here, man, yes, for me, it's unfortunate. It will be a Bacasa or one of the show. Can't say, my authority, my money, so. Is a constitutional provision of just cancer or canana, and a case law. Now, the just look at your canana, and a statute not the canana. Let them give you authorities. Many people your cannot there be and more beings I know network in the show. When you capacity for patrol, my authority, no, you can or more authority. Become again, my mouth in a show or constitution anymore. I want to go fair, most of the cannot, some prepared here. Ambassador, you be a sanitary discourse in a public airways. To both so I show the question of Casa. Both of authority bra, Milia, if I make me go around of Casacra. Had to be so whatever. You're for me henceforth. Now, for the 40 because I will show the show. So I'm for authority now, ma. Now for the national ma. No man, I'm not trying. Let's say, Pano, you also how can any money a platform cry and make us a cry.
Adeɛ wei nso enra ɛyɛ publico enam radio so enam TV so enti sɛ wo obi a radio nyakopo we the reserve some of the comments very sad very sad because I'm following Sadia enipa bi and very sad as a yen nipa to say o but one journey you will respond and it will bring a whole lot of things. But I should leave those shallow people. Now, your major, they ain't to us and enjoy my no can. A babonting Chief Justice and Opel Crown and my body full tape said you be no be a yada GNTR obeti in a year. Law, a man for say politically motivated. A man for binum say a politically motivated. Enra adiana eba bontin reading so nomini adieni nyina no. These are the judgments of some people. Almost so that is the opinion. Send it here them out as a lawyer.
There's an opinion and like Moses. Obia or the who has some. But maybe make up assembly and what they are. Maybe can't grant myself no or brand new face. No. I'm going to go to the let me follow a brano to be sure, say, you walk on or basic arguments, no one braswana. So, man, what busy maybe I was the you prefer to pay Puria, said, okay, no, one from maybe I'm Fanka okay. Then, you can't be no. You know what I can you. I judge for a no moon in the kind because there was no dissenting opinion, right? One panel, you mean like Tracy, no one agree on Mokotroy. No one had to buy. And if you got up by 430, so I say, and you know, so we are not going to say, oh, dear, or no one share, or no swap, or may answer, dear. Now, the rest of the year, pa, and say, we'll be winning my dear, that's all I'm watching, dear. No, dear, them. The part of him, but almost education, the way I told you, them. I am most unfortunate.
Okay.
I have my argument, you know. But I will train with time. Those who want to learn, they will learn.
That's
and
right.
Those who don't want to learn, they can still stay in their naivety. For me, that's how I understand it.
A bit juxtaposed with what happened. A year Central Kofi Yakpafu Lolobi and Elepe Sal because one was they lacked representative.
Our representation, that also was not fair. That also was not right. That also was unconstitutional. You have principles and you have principles. So what I say, any community, more Kuma, or more Maimu, also we are represented in Parliament. So one more represented in Parliament, and also unconstitutional.
Okay. Lawyer, perception about
because how do you speak for one side and not speak for the other side? Huh? I mean, let's be fair. What I say, how do you want to speak for the other side? What is good for the Uganda is equally good, so please, let's get the point very clear. Any community, also parliament, they must get it. Unfortunately, this particular situation, because at the end of the day, we cannot do a by-election. That's what creates the whole problem. And that is why some of us want the view. Say, once Speaker expresses his view, that in my view, in my opinion, the provision means this. Now the other side said, in our opinion, it means this. It means that it places rather meanings on the provision of the Constitution, and hence the Supreme Court must be given the opportunity to interpret and tell us what that means. Whether or failure, what the key to sit. And now I say, you must move physically in Parliament to join another side, and that's what of the key to sit. That is what we must let the Supreme Court tell us.
Okay.
There is not a preserve or Speaker of Parliament at all. At all.
All right. Now, perception about your judge for of late from some quarters of Ghanaians. Eto saying.
Adwuma de nipa adwuma. Nipa adwuma bia no. 100% that. And okay, I don't know. I saw by Nako.
Meko Presby.
Meko Presby. Okay. Yeah, Roman for you. Maybe a friend of the confession. Oh, wow, penetration rights. Yes, we depend there money for town. You can't get it right all the time. And I depend man. You don't expect there will be perfection in the work. But I can tell you, sir, under the circumstances, normally, they are doing their best. They are doing their best. Some perception of more real. And you're real in the sense that they are just following what others are saying. They are not looking at what exactly is the situation on the ground. The panel is not following what really happened in court. Maybe he didn't even listen. But if he listen to what happened in court, he didn't even understand. And one chance you also know once you get education. And then the penny or supporting and say, oh, I say, no, actually, sanity. I don't we can't get it all the time. Let's move step by step. I think we have time, no? Another Roma, the panel will be educated, no? Why? Maybe those who want to learn, they will learn. Those who want to learn, will leave them behind.
Lawyer no pay that's Jenny lawyer Gary Nimanko, Director, Legal Affairs of the New Patriotic Party, Edin Common from a ruling a free Supreme Court. By Efa Ura Bagben, ne application na or the call a Supreme Court of Radio Jennifer 050 372 1744 050 1744 mo Facebook on so yadamase say mo ho na ye nyina ye kwaenim ye ba ye gusu a ye ne lawyer for no kasa ye be call the other side.
I'm saying that Ghana must not introduce free SHS on the whimsical promise of a desperate politician. Many mistakes have been made by countries in Africa already with free SHS.
Akufado, minya udeni, uye bwe. Baumia, minya udeni, uye bwe.
Hey, Mami Jemfwa, ne dena ma wani aji area we say.
Minia, se me kaya dia free SHS, ayama me ne me ma wo hu. Na me hu ne minya mpo. Esan dia na nado danko Akufado, eno Dr. Baumia ayenti. Se wo kaya bra, me kuna no hwe ye nyina efri mu no.
Ane, me kai pa.
Na ni daso nyina sa. Se me de me mami ensa ne nyina be ko school. Ekosi se na nado danko Akufado ene Dr. Baumia edi free SHS ebaye. Se sia me mami ensa, coffee, esi, ene kojo, eni na ko school akese ni bi. Minia, na wonim de ya no mo eka. Omo se omo ba, omo de nsatraye bebe mo. Ebi mo se omo ba omo be twem. Ebi mo so omo ba omo be ma ofo ni bi etua school fees ni bi.
Hey, omo pese omo yo ma de ni bi mo. Enti se why na ntua? Na why nko ni free? Omo pese omo ya, ya ye ni bi no. Esi nchen. No mo side omo connection man. Any protocol nsem yi. Say free SHS fa pe ya yemba yi koyo.
Enu ti na wose aboy ahomodin bia say. Ye bebo free SHS ho ban. Na ya no mamba mbesai ade papa. Na nado ene Dr. Baumia ede abrayen yo.
Anya free SHS for ya na mama ne nkofo se anya possible yi.
Nanso se say die.
It is possible. Afiwe, ye tu abadi abo free SHS ho ban. Tu mama Dr. Baumia, number 1 on the ballot.
Charlie, afia ba to idie. Ma dua ye bebre pa o. Mi hu de meto ama nimpo.
I don't know who they are better man. Would you make the policy about come mama say the beba?
I think so NDC bar. You be bien Juman kitten. My person branch executive na di omo bejim. Say yankuko na person share poultry farm ketu ebi near mao akoko bono near ton koko na mao near mao eduane a ode beto eduane ama sika ode beto eduane ama.
Hey, na renti na mostre. Onua nyanto boasie. Enti wenti na papa ne se yento abama no. Abba, papa no onsesan ye kra. Dada noa. Mudie, ma yentie policy ba kwa Dr. Bawumia. E wo ma ye mabunu no.
The person mabunu yenya ejuma aye. Jobs would be my major focus. Now me be training 1 million youth in digital skills.
Enya no nko, wo so obebie bank ama nwuma nkuma. Se ne be ye omo so betime bi omo nwuma na o ma fa ye mabunu no. Osan so se, obema ya to ade enne. Na yetua ne kakra. Eno ne credit scoring system no.
Hey, sir.
Oh, enya no nko ma mensan just oba ko nka ho. Osan so se, ode ade a ye frɛ no buy Ghana first policy beba. Eno no, opese Ghana fo nwuma no mu bie. Na omutimi fa ye mabunu no.
Wow. Sisi adie. December 7th abatu no. Minim dia meto ama no. Dr. Bawumia, wana meto ama.
Anio, bold solutions na Dr. Bawumia say ode ba ma mabunu no. We ye mu nketu akra. Me kra masisa ma adwen yo. Sisi ade, enya ade a meto ama JDM pio. The bold solutions man no. Onno na meto ama no. Mo, minia wa ye ni nyina. Afi we die. Dr. Bawumia vote no. Yemfa ncheche. Endie.
Therefore dear yemfa cheche.
Vote Dr. Bawumia. Number 1 on the ballot.
Ghana Montie.
Okay, I tell you, Ghana Montie is in here with 0.9. Young Queen, the Mayo so you the interviews now, you the 8-12 so. I'm a such a make a for Aquabla. Yemfa and Grata anyway to us in here.
I was here for the Bakata daily guide in him ha. Yes, prem pekerage when ya golden jubilee. When ya golden jubilee. At rest when yini. 25 years here. Golden silver. And
Silver Jubilee and now golden silver. Silver Jubilee. 25 years, your silver jubilee. 50 years, your golden.
And 100.
Centenary.
150.
Minim.
200. Munim pembe bipe. They are Kenyan munim. Enti Bram Pecorage. Enya diamond. And you're not as a diamond, enya Cassia Biao. Mvans a Serba 25. And to diamond. Diamond, and the other by a 10. Brampens of the ate. Subai ninim dear. Bram Pecorage you. Anna, Omo Babedi, a diamond jubilee, ente, Omo Tonsa Fremunina Samomra. Chief Justice, Mame get you token, or send a space no I would do ateno. Anna Godfrey, the Abuadame, or none so send a space no I would the Attorney General. Speaker of Parliament, or none so send a space no or did he speaker no, Omumi and sending Adaha. Supreme Court to so be ante. Dr. George Kufu Dampare, Nancy, me sat down, me accent. First party, no accent mine, Nancy, dear. I say, why, Jenna home, wabre. Na, I dip your breath, say, Yanni, see any agency a best son, any time. To mean society, ya stubborns. Wamaimu yenina efri wa tukwa ya stubborns ani egu ha si ani anka se ya besakra ya adwene a untumi nsakra yo SDA Don brokers me na manye me ya Don brokers ya esta ma kota nsakra da debia sta makota yanso nwa kwakumerega wo mu tifie baako medina wo mu ntoku ati beebi a na ante amato paano no wo mu ntoku ati na me ye don broadcast a pretty ben me pretty me se me pretty ya sta makota ansakrada wan sakran wodi wuye kwakumerega nso ansakra en wodi wuye wo mu nyina ansakra wo mu agene wo mai mu siania sianye ready sia besesa wo IGP president mpontumi nsesa ya na wo enti oguso but what the reforms ya ba posi adwuma wa ya ade pa IGP kudos etia mami asla wo su akufu na nsende ya talent yo wo see afre bibi is skills for jobs na say de yo ena walante ya wa he na I risk yesu ma sign e wo club 100 ya wo so a course wo no ma ya de pa na His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia and work at the JDM say was it omra debate bra yanya sesapono we sia obi anka na asam ne yense and your friend say debate you debate I debate you debate I debate time why you go school no say you can say questions we choose baako especially English answers no you can say choose one from the questions below and answer it correctly. Question 1 ebiana a debate. Question 2 write a letter. Question 3 literature. Me makwa ko choose to write a letter no because debate no ne yede pa debate and no and na Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia Fred JDM say omre debate. Daily Post wenim ha was say accents it's becoming storm. Senor see Chief Justice Asamane and the people say menka obi asem menka wasem na mpre contempt chewa betimi bi Senor see can be dia for Chief Justice ho eno de was it Chief Justice Subai menka ho me de me nimu bi asamba menka ho sika ba me sembi me anopai Supreme Court was a menka bi Chief Justice asem menka bi samuma me atumufu a me nso me ma me atumufu ma dofo doso men tna onem fam nkojina wo nkotwumanim
Debi na nka o beka de nka de nkra na beka
anka me wo be breka wo wa wo se wo be piempia me
ambisa se wo de nka de na me se
na
ka de na beka
ba tani me ni hweka
Same kwa mbisa o Supreme Court asem ne wo
ame ampom ubisa me anka me ni
enti bisa me mbisa because esame minim de ekoso enti me mbisa wo
me mbisa me na Supreme Court asemi Martin Pegbu nso aka ne de na asasare nso aka ne de wo mu nyina de wa ha unya bia na wakan unya bia na wakan empabud na keka Chronicle Democrat ananim ha Dr. George Akufu Dampare na nim wa ye peni kakra menim se Pentecost mpaibo ani akom tere na aye ne saa I say wo bi a wo ye vibrant and energetic ba picture ya wo mtaba ye die IGP unimfoni no na nim anyini Pentecost mpaibo woja sunsum kronkron ni woja na aye ne saa na dampare obi a wo vision papa o man na ne yaso adin na nkadie na IGP nye ye bio ya so aden papa but waya ade pa yenya tangible result bra obey vice IGP no yenya tangible result pa IGP na menim say this week ni ya fasting and prayers yo we bi abofu assembly ni ya fasting and prayers sanye yesi ente na yesu ba nti obia emfa ne yefunu nto ne yemompaye. His Excellency the Vice President Yalante was here the friend go right. NDC amanyoko yeso cover region. Woman fam puntujuma ba kokra ma ho. Greekofu ahoto. Excavation bia womo eye wo high tension ase. Yeso womo ntwanyansa e wo ayawa so wesia. Saa brede womo tuntwan so. Enra Manchester United pa he ye yet Leicester City share 5-2. Coach ba kono koye no a caretaker coach ya. The friend is a Ruva Nestroy. Ono no ye striker no she goals ho. Na wade nimfoni abeto no enra de ye wonders kakra. Valencia for match no oma postponed. Esan say nsuo eyiri wo Spain ya. Ekofa omo park no so. Balonti wo no a omo wi aye edema rotri no abrofo mo debi mo nka kure we ne atia no aye se mo ka kure che mo boa mo nso mo nka kure mo te se ye ne ye nyina aye pe mo pa mo mesen ye nkwa antoa na ye nkɔhwɛ se ade ya mo de ma rotri no deserve a. Na Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia Lante osi go right. Aya driver for ne benya mfaso pa. Na yesi ya driver for omu benya sika se tam saa de no ayede aba no. Ebeboa mu manya sika papa. Na 24-hour economy isafo ena omu kasa fa ho se entumi nya possible. Richard Ahiagba and was save voter rate in MPP at target 300,000, 500,000, and then no cremum say, Odwa no don re bin wo. His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia and Wabo IGP Abaso. Na IGP picture we hear that he dear no ho afa papa he infoni we dear eyesun kokra na nim da ho one set but was an expense no. And what Dahanum for fair na Tadian and Swafe were Inspector General of Police IGP. Mame Ekuyadonko Ghana Freedom Party no cover by Isia one tiase what one and animal one seado ya yenina ye gusua yesu. New crusading guide ye nimha womutasa customs officer ya wo afra wo border. Papa ni trimo de pa yampam ni mfiri wo na ateti a wode titi adwadifo ho no pa anya asem ketua agrenga no Hajia Aisha Ahmed ena ni din apop api se contempt bi ate no NDC for plan se December abatu no no omu baye basabasa nti MPP for rezi alam MPP for se ayawaso east seat no Ombeweni Zakraman and Kase election 2024 500,000 votes our voter region Richard Ahiagba DMPC for investment Oma Commission at modern stadium our Tolong FPA stadium no and the Sianum say FFA na inside the Democrat and Nimha yes say we are seeing prepare no more vote against US say woman Cuba for omo pese omo ye blockade bi e wo Cuba na just last ya na the Democrat ya sade Israel for no a ye ne ye ba be ye demonstration die tia wo mu no eno so de ba say woman Palestinian for kontokwa asam no haye nti ye ba be ye demonstration e de etia na Israel for kra menim so mu embassy wa ha Israel embassy wa ewa he so wo de kwose ayi tuba wo de kotuba na ye de wo mu embassy no Israel for embassy ye de kotuba near the aqua one because o casam womonte. Ubi a moye nyame maya, a radeno ankasa, se weyimu, mema iza, oko nakabampa, ya de tonyon. Mema iza nyame aton safra one, o maye, what do I tell? Omaye waduwetewo Omaya iza ton safra wane Omana iza ton safra wan Wobi anyame aton safra momfa asemonche Si obi ya mobone a momo o Bible mpo wase yemfa nche 77 times 7 77 times 7 ayesai Mode fata momfa nche Ena mo hye o mayase mo kum ni pe kuma ya se veterinary doctors wo mo bre papa veterinary doctors ya wo okrama yare ya just o frɛ veterinary doctor no aba ba hye krama so mro wo no ho a veterinary doctors yi beba na wo mo aba bobo no pane na mmoa ne nyina tete agufom menim obi nso wo honom a owo pet wo fie veterinary officers ya na behwe wo
okay
enso wo market ya nya
Pamna yakwa amano so yene Anthony Abeifa Kabo member of the MPP communication to yene ni nkomo efa aye questions a ene ye ho nsama ba betodwa John Dramani Mahama all the questions about be good form Ediama Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia answered the 50 questions on also the about be good form. Ediama John Dramani Mahama. So, saying that when they call you, no go diano. Any of them. Cabo answer the cabo match. Hello. Oh. Hello, Anthony. Oh. I'm just checking. All right. How you need 100.9? Ma menfa messages in be in chem. Quickly answer system here me hamo. We say MPP Asante regional chairman must be behind bars by now if Ghana police actually wants to know. And what killed the founder, Richard? They say Madia Wimunyai. Why me anames also. Obiwu na hwan kun no na hwan kun no. I listened to one to me video yesterday. In fact, it was so strange. He said categorically that he will do everything within his power, both spiritual and physically, to remove NDC from number 8 position. Now, the SC, is it going to remove NDC from the position? Okay. Kabo Mache.
Good morning.
As you say, Anope.
Yes, what dominion?
Yeah, Nyakopa Dombako.
Good, thank you.
All right. 5 questions at JD Mediama Dr. Mahmoud Baumia se Unyano. And your legitimate so better take the opportunity now what to me explaining to Ghanaians. Questions at JD Bisana.
But Jerry, me that's the pa. I'm there. After so long a time, the beginning of campaign, you were about me to suffer. You were Mahama say, "Pano chano, obiara number be a gana no media. Anka na yesia wo baby fako. Na Ghana phone na no media phone na mo de mo fidie aba besi ho. Na na yeti 7 p.m. and you may be ni share. 2 presidential candidates are one person or Motina Ghana by me and so. Now one kasa questions are questions are me so me wa me dibu sound. Farmer moderator. Na moderator antom mane ye nyina no. Obi enyi no man to man. Mene wo. Na obi enhu se. Pano chano. Bukom Banko any ayite powers eduja wo manum radio interviews be Ghana hano pano chano boxing ring ho any kusia ya yehu se ampa Bukom Banko ono ani opemu yes I don't know ebe se me makojina baby me tutu bia ma no
also akɔgyina baabi wotutu bi ama ne me na mmom ka yɛtumi de nhyehyɛ pa bi to hɔ one-on-one, man-to-man, amano wogyina hɔ megyina ha yɛnto ma ne me na menyi ano na Ghanafoɔ nyɛ the best judges ka wei nyinaa 30-something days to election sanka ba na yɛayɛ presidential debate awie yɛayɛ wie yɛstarte sɛ yɛbusa sɛ saa nneɔma yi momma yɛnyɛ yɛkora adeɛ yɛsɛ we are ready any day anytime wɔn mmienu no wɔn nhyia na Ghanafoɔ nyinaa ntutu ɔma no na obiara yi ano sɛ wɔn a wɔse wɔyɛ bi pɛn wobɛdi ɔmampanyini nneɔma a ɔyɛ yɛ ni wɔasusu sɛ mebɛdi vice president nneɔma a meyɛ yɛ ni nneɔma a metumi yɛ yɛ ni adɛn nti na mesan baa bɛgyina akonnwa no maanyɛ ne yie wɔ ha ɛno nti na mebaa bɛsiesie no ne yɛn nyinaa yɛhu wei asɛm a yɛbusa yɛ yi obi ti kɔ apae obi ati kɔ mpaeɛ nti magere yɛasɛm tietietia no sɛ mahama bɛpene a nyɛ afei ne yɛtutu bi yɛyɛ tutu 170 ma ɛmisaa tames ɔma yi ano da ɔma afei no yie bi ama yɛwura mahama yɛbusa wo one question one yɛwura ba yɛbusa wo for the last 4 years mention one social intervention a yɛbɛtumi aka sɛ wo yɛwura mahama me ɛna mede baa Ghana ha baako yɛbusa wo 4 years afei deɛ ɔde 5 brɛ yɛn yɛn one kɛkɛ yɛbusa wo yɛkɔ campaign yi nyinaa yɛwura baumia ɛda so busa media for kora brɛ any one question a yɛbusa mahama one just one social intervention a ɛda wo din so a Ghana nyinaa obi ɛbɛhu sɛ wo na wɔde baeɛ bɛdi ɔmampanyin ɛdeɛ a yɛwura Kufuor so abusa yɛsɛ wobɔ Rollins din a Ghana ha obiara bɛka sɛ ɛyɛ Rollins mmerɛ so ɛne yɛde district assembly decentralization ɛbaa Ghana sɛ ɛba Kufuor a yɛn nyinaa nim sɛ yɛwura Kufuor sɛ ɛba ɛyɛ ahoto nsusu kakra ɛyɛ NHIS a ɛbaa yɛ ɛyɛ yɛwura Kufuor din ɛna Ghanafoɔ nyinaa ɛbɔ sɛ yɛbɛto free senior high school a yɛwura Kufuor ɔmampanyin ɔte so no ɔno no din ne ɛbɔ nti yɛwura mahama wo ɛdɛn na bata wo din ho ɛdɛn paa na bata wo din ho atamel deɛ ne obi anim sɛ papa yi deɛ ɔyɛ obi a asomdwie sɛ na ɔbɛma Ghana ayɛ asomdwie deɛ nyinaa yɛatena asɛm afebɔɔ ntɔkwa biara ni hɔ de wo fie asɛm obiara nhwɛ ne fie asɛm na obiara nka yɛbiara nim sɛ yɛwura atamel deɛ ɛdin a Ghanafoɔ de bɛkae ne paa ɛne sa na yɛwura mahama ɛdin bɛn adwumadie bɛn nhyehyɛe bɛn wɔ Ghana ha ɛne yɛde bɛka yɛwura mahama asɛm a yɛbusa no yɛbusa one question just one in 4 years wontumi nyi ano mae yɛ a wofrɛ NDC fɔ no a yɛabusa wɔ mo sɛ ɛdeɛ ne yɛbɛtumi de abata yɛwura mahama din a yɛbɛka sɛ mahama baayɛ ɔno na ɛbɛyɛ ɛsei.
So are you suggesting say Oba yebeye president wanye bibia na?
Minia, if I don't know, McJerry, the duty of you in the media is to educate me. Say Mimi, just educate me. That's all we've been asking. We need answers for this one question. Just one question. One. Not more.
You mean specifically on social intervention?
Just one social intervention, one policy. I bet media bata Mahamadi, Akase Ghana, Yewra Mahama be president. To make ye no de two neni say oh yeah, and oh yeah, money ye pay Magana for Yinanya home fast. One.
Oh, Basa and your social intervention penny the boom my own.
Baumia by ono watira 33 and Ray Yan or the Bakuguso. And you say I don't cry at 34. And Ray ya or the go right here Babitum. Now we are citizen app Ebabetum. Mobile money interoperability or the abetum. A year zipline drone medical systems or the abetum. E-pharmacy or the abetum.
With definition of social intervention here, then.
Oh, any intervention that seeks to address the concerns of ordinary Ghanaians, the mass of our people, any intervention. I'll give you an example. For NHIS renewal, say, Kaneno, Utimi ko salary or NHIS office just to renew your card. The intervention or the buyer no. They say ubetimet na usie, ubetimet na jumum, ubetimet na the beer will crash and register. You don't have to join a queue again. Can you tell me that's not a social intervention? What is the essence of technology if it does not solve the ordinary problems of Ghanaians? What? What is the essence of technology? You did text message by and a post office GUI. That is the impact of technology. You did text message and a telephone duma communication center. Okay, Magdere, Accra, Oba, this all circle. A Vodafone, no Kodina, what a card, who is in a one will be you. That is the impact of technology. And this will be decided didn't be back. Our deep work, no, this is I don't know your economy, affect your digitalization. And now, or did you say mobile? And then Uber company, you crack, or be any company and friend Uber. No? The value of the Uber company is bigger than the whole Ghana. And on your economy side, Minuka say, Magdere, Emra now we the top 5 companies in the world, no, we are oil companies, oil marketing companies. The top 5 companies 20 years ago were oil marketing companies. 20 years on, the top 5 companies in the world are tech companies, technology companies. Into oil companies now, almost is it. That is the new industrial revolution. And you are lucky in Ghana to have a president who is plugged in already into this industrial revolution. The rest is going to be jobs and jobs and jobs in the digital space.
So what shall John Dramani Mahama ni swadi hunu say OC Community Senior High School na a benefited the communities what my Ghana so no that so your man penny no timi dwie ya na can benefit amount for momu free unye here especially
Can you compare that to free senior high school?
I'm not comparing. You are talking about social intervention.
I'm just saying here, Masa, school there, a free a champion reso. President Bia Maya wants the school. Get school and then a Tamasco, GSTS, Navrongo Secondary School, Yendi Secondary School. That secondary school is in Laura Secondary School, Nandom Secondary School. Schools are Abambi Mreso and a Baya, Yepia, and Profo Aircom. A military who Abaya Abagana, including the Yatu Abamomo, any dear, Womudi, 2 Krabeji or Mino, Etanas, or woman's school. OBS school. People for the buy schools are where you be STEM schools are here, Bio or Ghana, Ebini. And to you to me, I say school, no, but I see the policy and then free senior high school, Abu Ankrofo, Abu Aduduo. Ma Eco School, they say. Mimitina we mikrom Obia says Ghana, Yedi Ghana by 1957. Obia free mikrom Awakwa Timota School. The Kufado Miraso and I'm ranting 4, 5 be in your point Echo at Timota School. Have you see that? Laura this year. Who go there at Timota School? And 2 of it miracle. And so a Kufado into who could sit down at to mikrom nan Kalano Yakwa and call at Timota School there. And you say, Adaya would see there, it is a Tadana uncle for see what you come school. It's a no the infant castle. But I'm saying one social intervention policy, just one in the name of Mahama. If we get that for us, we'll answer the 5 questions. Even though these 5 questions, we've answered them already. But you know the typical NDC. If you don't read, you won't see the answers. We've answered these questions long time ago. Into your dear Bacono, or the 1 year no keke. Media, Yasam Yakita.
Okay. Now, yeah, Ken. We're describing Dr. Baumia say, now which remedy for economy no home. But which the question see where is it ewaha. Also, Dr. Baumia your focus. Now, only the useless 50 questions, sir, Obisa. So, exchange rate, dear be a more position, more the bon come pa, until neighbor be a druno. Is it not a war na ye bet me who the entia aquacobasa?
I think that Utie, all the public speeches of Euro Baumia, including the Baumia said, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. That statement that Euro Baumia making, is a statement of fact. I mean, no academic, no educated economist. I mean, even McDerry, take your family. If the fundamental upbringing of your children in your little family is weak as they grow up, they will be exposed because their behaviors and conduct in society will expose the weak foundations that they have. So that comment is a truism. You can't run away from that. No educated economist will tell you that Professor it is prophetic as it is then it is prophetic as it is now. But in an economic situation, what do you look at? Do you look at that comment in isolation, or you look at it in conjunction with other things that are happening in the world? And that is where the difference comes. At the time about Miyaka Assassin, we didn't have COVID-19 that ravaged all economies of the world. No economy has survived after COVID-19. Not one single economy in the world. At the time, there was not a situation. We didn't have a situation of Russia and Ukraine in a war that has affected the price of oil on the international market. We've never had that situation under President John Mahama. There was no false mazaar. So if you are honest to Ghana for, these are the fundamental explanations. And once these things are part of the equation, surely, once your fundamentals are weak, you will be exposed. And Ghana's economy is not in isolation. The economy itself is not in isolation. What has happened? Which rating agency hasn't rated another country after the COVID-19 crisis? Which rating agency? All the countries have been affected. Those who have been to the IMF have had to go to the IMF because there is a force majeure. But the difference is that when all the economic conditions are constant and you can mismanage an economy to that extent, that is the difference. The external influence and the internal mismanagement. These are the two differences you can find if you want to have any logical conversation about Ghana, your economy. No. And see, as far as the exchange rate is concerned, you will be exposed when it comes to that. But the question is, what has been done to remedy the situation? What has been done? This gold for oil policy, now you call BRICS meeting. One of the resolutions of the BRICS meeting globally was that they must begin a gold for oil policy. Adia Yen Ghana implementing for the last 1.5 years, almost 2 years. Afena BRICS countries across the world are seeing that the way to get away from the dollarization of the economy is to do the barter trade through the gold for oil program. This is something Ghana is already doing 2 years ago. Asa ideas Baumia and Shisaya or the Baya or the Abua to stabilize and hold the Ghanaian economy together for us to be able to bring in fuel and to even sell fuel at a reduced price. Compared to time we had crisis, we were selling fuel for 23 Ghana cedis a liter. Today, we have come all the way down. We have come all the way down to ensure that we are in a very comfortable space as far as fuel pricing in this country is concerned. There are shortages of fuel anywhere. So you can see that there is somebody and there is some thinking going on in the system. And that is what is getting Ghana to go where we are going. Gold purchase program here, almost started here with the Bank of Ghana. And now for Ghana to hold its reserves. And that is why gold is important. You remember that President Mahama Kojina Baby Kraka said, hey, Galamse Kra idea. Yena, say gold ne Ekura Ghana. And you be here, Galamse. You see, it is because of the economic realities that he is exposed to now. He's beginning to see the sense in the ideas as far as hedging on gold is concerned. And McDerry, I said, no. the exchange rate surely will not be an issue that is being in doubt. Of course, the economy is going through some difficulties. The IMF program has also been on course, and you can see that there is a turnaround in our economy. Already, the rating agencies are propping up Ghana as potentially one that can re-engage in the international market. And I'm sure that once we get over these elections, we will be in a very, very stronger position to recover this economy and get going with the Ghanaian program for massive development and prosperity for our people. Now, Obika said, Baumia will die economy and all useless things. What are the useless things about Miaka? Baumia Kojina baby anka and Kokon Kete. Ewo baby. Baumia Kojina baby anka so the impreco and in Kuko boom and Koshia beton and on Kojina baby anka and your money be into your mama useless things are walking on a bit dear. We would like to get further clarity on what the former president means by useless things. I mean, to quote a Samuel Bill Clinton Kaya and end it up with a comment like stupid. I mean, this is public radio, but to quote the president, to say that, I mean, it's a form of communication. He just wants to mirror exactly what he wants to mirror. But I know we are not going to be in that situation. Yeneno are going to be trading insults. Yeah, from day one, we've talked about bold solutions, and we know that our bold solutions that we are providing to the mining sector, our bold solutions on education, our bold solutions on agriculture, our bold solutions on freeing public expenditure and bringing in the private sector, and our bold solutions on job creation through digitization and expanding new frontiers of the economy. Because we believe that those are the issues that solve and problem. How to bring down the cost of living crisis on this country. This President Baumia has already indicated how he's going to address the issue of cost of living. And we all know that the cost of living crisis in this country are moved by certain drivers in the economy. Cost of electricity and cost of transport. And the cost of electricity to come down and then bring down the cost of transport will go a long way to address the general cost of living crisis in the country. These are the issues that Yewura Mahama should be telling Ghanaians what he's going to do.
Okay.
What are the alternatives? And you're
all right. Dr. Baumia, once upon a time, Osis will be debate, Uncle Malatagum, non-co debate. And then now the enemy brief for a debate.
Hello?
Yes, Akabo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, na me bisa say, Dr. Baumia, I'm be a chum. I catch there a JDM says or debate. Uncle Malatagum. And one obe who a debate in the said yet here. Other than now, or no near brief for debate.
Well, yeah, person your debate. Let me tell you one of the reasons why Yewura Baumia would love, Mahama to take the challenge for a debate. The two of them have debated before. Let's be clear about that. In 2008, the two candidates debated as vice presidential candidates. Anamebwa at the IEA debate.
Yeah.
The two of them have been on a debate platform together. If you want, let's go back and bring back the clips of that debate between the two of them as running mates to the two candidates. There was a debate, and they were part of the debate. The two of them debated. But now, one has had the opportunity to be a president after that debate, and served his term as president for the 4 years. The other has also become a vice president. So he has some records on his chest. The one before him has also been a vice president and has some records on his chest. Now, it will be a good opportunity to see the two gentlemen who are now running to be presidents, one who has already been there before and the other who has not been there before. So, particularly the fact that these are two candidates who come from one geographical region of the country. These are the first time in the history of Ghana since independence where we have two people of northern extraction on the ballot for a general election in Ghana. I didn't see that. So there are many who will be wishing for this debate, to see these two fine gentlemen of the North openly debate so that the country can choose which one of them can take Ghana out of the current crisis that we find ourselves in, based on their competence, based on their track record, based on their service to Ghana. That is why we're asking for a debate. And it makes sense within the general policy. Say, Yebebusa say, Yera Mahama, say, Osiwo Yebema, Amano. Let's meet for a common debate. Choose a venue, choose a moderator, and we'll meet you there. It is difficult, Magdalene.
Okay. All right. Kambo, Anobaya that's it.
Yamin Shra, William.
Yamin Kaon, home. How you need 100 points in Edu Tamaklo, yes, and then Rebecca Sabat. Yen sent to me and Kado. Mami fan messages in the Where's the McJara? I'm not surprised because I know that Supreme Court and Attorney General are working for the MPP government. Where ye Opoku or the Philippines. King David Adifre Kazu Tame said Dr. Baumia cannot answer only 5 questions from JM as economist. The exchange rate has exposed him. Well, and we are voting for NDC and JM to come and rescue us. Bawe Malabet branch organizer, also McJerry and Kwabrama Fumichiao. I want to add 1 question to 5 questions that John Mahama asked Dr. Baumia. He promised Ghanaians that he will use road tolls to develop Ghana. What has changed now? So, Chawu Jagbawi, incoming MP. Where's McJerry? Good morning to you. I'm Osman Katamanso. 8 years for Dr. Baumia is far better because NDC can never use 4 years to solve our problems for us. Thank you. Well, say good morning to you, McJerry. Please, I need FDA phone number. Yesterday, I bought SMA for my baby boy. And they fake. Okay, like Akpalu. And now, okay, yo. Well, say Ghanaians must be very careful. Dr. Baumia is more dangerous. Isa in Samzongo. Well, so I'm not surprised. Supreme Court dismissal of Bagban's application. Now it is easier to predict Supreme Court ruling than predicting a football match. Efia Abladi Efia Koma Zongo. When Komesa Domi said the real game changer is digitalization, not the 24-hour economy. And if you vote for NDC, free SHS and trainee allowances will be cancelled. When he said, good morning, McJerry, the huge traffic jam on Kumasi Accra Road is because there is police graduation going on at the police depot. And that's what we say, also. I'm saying, you're right, traffic in the Mopan. Keke said Dr. Baumia is the choice of the many Ghanaians because he has demonstrated that he can perfectly lead this country as one of the best presidents in the history of this country. Keke, Edifrikaswa. When he said Nana Baumia government is very useless indeed, look at how they have destroyed the country, including our judiciary and the parliament. Why? Nana Tike or the free spin text. Okroyabu said we are practicing constitutional rule, therefore, every laws or standing orders or regulations are subject to the Constitution. Finito. Well, it's a good morning, McJerry. Supreme Court said if the MPs vacate their seat, it will affect people in that vacant area while he has left some days to elections. Mark, but Lolobi and Akpafu people suffered for 8 years without MPs nor assembly member. Bright, Edifria, Belgium. When according to St. Augustine of Hippo, an unjust law is no law. President Akufo-Addo or President Kufuor packed the Supreme Court just to overturn a decision of the court against Chikata. Today, he is sitting down quietly in his big house alone, reflecting on how and why he could do that to a fellow human being. Today, it is Nana 10, twisting the law in his favor. Patrick Edifree, Accra. Mukaila Jonas said Dr. Baumia doesn't need to respond to Opana Mahama's request on the economy. Mr. Mahama, you failed to give 6 new regions, but President Akufo-Addo did so. Part of the loans that we took were used to work the process. We also used part of the loan to procure ambulances per constituency across Ghana. The loans were also used pay their gas debt and this left behind. Mukala Jonas, thank you. Enoch Asamaika is saying, what is happening in this country today clearly shows President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has messed up everything totally. And the best solution now is John Dramani Mahama. Enoch Asamaika said, Ghanaians have faith in John Mahama. All this constitutional crisis will be over soon because a leader called JDM is a wise man. Thank you, friend. Or Paris to whom Sir Protozoa Airboy because Dr. Bawumia will be the best man to lead Ghana after Nanado. So, Homan, we are happy about the way Honorable Protozoa is doing projects. Ayo. One Fake in the Upland Station say, if you are bold, come to the debate. Greetings to lawyer Michael Kwe Jr. Where's McJerry? You see your expectation of the outcome of unanimous FC of your so-called Supreme Court presided by the West Chief Justice under the Fourth Republic, biased, where you Erikus Dada Odoko, Bebachona mini expectation be ma when him be civil. Ultra message, don't just write useless messages for me. Thank you. Because there be you've been repeating, there be Erikus Dada Odoko, don't write useless messages for me. Not in America, sure no. Be civil, ma when him be kakra politics and any be any idea. Dr. Bawumia is most impressive in terms of his vision ideas and his plans for this country, which he has articulated from the time that he became the vice president. Thank you. When you say the two leading parties are exposing each other about who is most corrupt, we can access political party and the debt incurred and the program and projects implemented. When you say according to the president, Dr. Bawumia will be a one-term president, where you Emmanuel Kenu or the Fizenu, Washington. When say Mr. Mahama has realized that he will lose the election, hence resulted to insult and personal attacks. Look, no amount of insult on Dr. Bawumia will change the mind of Ghanaians. Husseini, the minds of Ghanaians. Masaudu Kumasa Bantaman, OSEI has a solid, competent team to make Ghana work again. We shouldn't allow JDM to shift and focus on selling our messages to the good people of Ghana. Masaudu Bantama. Emmanuel Redo Brimpong said the Speaker sealed to the Supreme Court for the Chief Justice to overturn their judgment on the parliamentary seats declared vacant has seen its finalization. Epacho, in whom the finalization was same day na kasa. Where you say Mr. Speaker, Parliament is doing politics. Also, McJerry, Speaker of Parliament is doing politics with the posts. That is why Reverend Kumado, good free, yes, Sango Kurumo, Sango Soha. Where's the McJerry? I didn't hear Kwabena discussing Supreme Court matters, rather talking about Samuel Wuku. Kovia Jamaika Doblo. Where's my regards to Honorable Charles Akwesi Esiedo? Dr. Bawumia must answer these questions if indeed wants Ghanaians to take him serious. President Nana once said he knows nothing about the economy. Some people want to chase Ghanaians. Let us stand united in our commitment to upholding the laws of our country. The Supreme Court's interpretation of laws takes precedence, and Parliament must not exceed its authority. Some people want to William Sangbo. Oh, William Machazai.
You so many of them.
We are going.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. Enya baha me hu say drip machines no boy juma lower manya gidi with honorable Simon Kwaku tete or bois da ho make sure say lower manya kroba rules nyina yata na yenta na greedy so supported by Okumado Michiao anobai baby o bia Michiao me hwese nema ekoso a na chese president bia bagana mpa ama chese babia obehu ni sanu adwuma de na chese nyame o de ache ya no pai.
Okay, me that say and I me want then I'm reviewing
Chance no. Nyamiadum. Ghana dey say leadership say nyamiu. Nyamile kura mai.
Za.
Nyamile kura mai. Yemfa no nyama Kristo. So bewu mai na wenya Ghana. Na with all bad leadership in Hinachi. Nyami kura Ghana. Enunyam enka Kristo inana pay.
Okay. Right, yes, commander say Enra DSC our Supreme Court any matters arising. I think some questions upon questions, 50 questions from Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 5 questions from JDM. Why the answer the yonko and also who same edao. Any other matters, especially your 37 days near Kotuaba. 1 month, 6 days. Okay, Willie. I mean, that's it for you.
Magari. Anopa ide you bet ya I have 4 on Facebook. Na ye chia tie4. Na ye chia me chia my godfather ewo kan ko South Jonathan Odate Bedu. Na me chia me former MP Honorable Ahmed Atta. Na me onye nekesi. And a first vice chairperson for Greater Accra. Auntie Joan Ada nyame onye nekese pa ma me na adwuma oboma party no je say eyehu ayade papa nyame enhya mo nyina na me flag bearer ani need a vice na Dr. Naponi Dr. Mahmoud Baumia anopai me chia mo adwin kese mienu a omo ba be so Ghana mo a omo de Ghana be ko nanim oduma se eno na Ghana for I ready say omo twɛn sɛ 7 December doa na yɛ nyinaa yɛ de ahokika akɔto aba ɛde ama Dr. Mahmoud Baumia number 1 or dasoro ho na kyerɛ sɛ yɛ parliamentary candidate nso ɔmo dasoro ho yɛ ntuma ɔmo ne yɛn kɔ parliament ne yɛn kɔ yɛ adwuma no na ɛma yɛn nyɛ mesrɛ mo yɛn hwɛ na yɛn nya majority in parliament sɛ na bɛyɛ sɛbio niema Venice speaker edi ye wo parliament sisi ya no e kire say o ya MPP nia so who say this is a time say ye moment say ye benya majority in parliament Dr. Baumia dem biaka so beto by MPs no misremo ye ntuma mo na nia Venice speaker edi ye wo parliament say as speaker say Parliament crowd one this in judiciary. Sana no patchere. Into not
and the speaker the ayemo. I'm about to ban to be a minimum. Magjerry. Oh yeah, penya. Nemabo wa oh ya unim say the assembeba. Until the assembeba. Who you su sabio. Even in the law court, sometimes you see human face. Who you su what join? And who said no? Adi Nyami yeno fatana. Because you know. Set the moment I start to say to judiciary na sena na ye nyina we follow suit what will happen in this country when there's the country I lawless na him fam ni eko na speaker no say country I lawless wo no obetime do speaker na ana say o party na why you so fighting more no obetime atra aban ba na e maso because then it means that there will be no president, there will be no MP. And then say MP be anyone who speak and so obewohin. Inti eye nima bia oya eye dangerous. Last days are dangerous. That's the amount for can. Last days are dangerous. Last day in parliament as speaker. No was said that now. What kataweni and o ye nima hu just to make sure say obeman the country na ungovernable and me hu ni opachre. Inti ni dimina eni nema oye no obi beka say na den kra no oje den you are saying cry by oje den say obema na da bia speaker any judiciary na mu twen na mu kroba den kra na den no wenya enti ni dimina eni ne so ne ban nema oye no ena ma amanfo ye den ekasa etia no and emfata 1 month, barely 1 month aka parliament sabi o ebegu another 2 months aka parliament ebegu na washada na who say name who just say you are muddying the water just to make sure say Ghana be manya
emfata as speaker emfata ye who speakers ni bebro enti niam a oye no na otie niam a ye nua bema muntaka kan ye na just muntaka no oye prophet in a way no muntaka oye prophet honorable muntaka as was MP oye prophet because o catch say speaker idea oni speakers aye juma bebre but speaker idea waye no ho ohwe na post ye ni de ena opese obi ehun say mina me yogboro mina me AGYEMAN enti ni ye na ansa na muntaka kan kire no ena na o exhibit no ti muntaka anopa idea bebe o bia me de wo bo ebrew say o kan kire from the beginning say sabio ya tyrant speaker say no be can find out whether even the law no cry break you na any law no nkokra na find out because o my mu na speaker e be ka kire say anu na o ka kire say chimen say me na me number 3 na wo ye hwan odumase nti say at that level na obetimi show pomposity and I say just a man who's on number 3 nanka number 1 on the ko no onye dey and there be assembly na do kan ya akom atoma kuma so ba o say power de wo ni nyina wo power betimi ya bibia ba nya power nya ni nyina so na ye use odumase anything na nyama bi si organ na no mafo say bia ka president betimi ye this I say but sometimes we take you over go transfer no say no nyama ye ma nya ni ye enti speaker so say speaker ni ono enti ono no yogboro okasa obi entimi kan bibia misre no law no onimsi yenya ye no ave na start ya ye hwe say ibetmi aye akunu but na yenim ni say wo judicial no e check friendly say legislation e check executive so check legislation it say omunna e check omho but in no sasem bi si a nipa otimi kire o kire yase say ade a oye no say na na eti Supreme Court enti ukọ na o my interpretation na that's it obeji atom but say won say chichi na nyi chine me ni AGYEMAN me na say enti what I've said no you want to hold on to it na o court edi say then crown o tutu person tutu judiciary na say na then na onya then na ohwe anka wa hin kra o say o be free parliament why no nti o tuntun try say post na undi wie ya na because you see because I'm posting any day but post ni oda there's a way to go about it na be a nice parliament kra o say na Ghana for some be 2 months kra na Ghana for say o mpesa o mutra obi be my consideration oh yen hwe say e be my possible ni mfa go tram but say post na be o team the dead ma fe de o be be say ni ma Jerry Ghana nie nyina enim say judiciary no ya jatum say assembly ban e de call ne on be kana e final and not na 2013 ye call court no omma verdict no na do kan say anyam de but anyam de no so na enu eche no so mejetum that statement no it tells you say ye nyina all limitations assembly na ye ko do ha we expect say ne be fi mababia no ye beje ebana eba ya favor ye beji ebana ama ya favor ye beji because wa nya ne sa now to na say we are I say okura omumu no umu hini na development there and that is it ohim bebre amanfo seven omu amanfo kutu omo who told you say omu no mo sikasin obia who told you say omu no mo ni madesin obia it is not like that but when you can say ohini and I say you na jitum say ondi yeso enti o can say na nyame de kra mesom sa I can challenge it me kono say that be still mesom sa and no ma of my economy and the man oben say our community na develop oduma say that is how it's supposed to be because me kai say yes no so hini bo de ru say ye nyina ye nko communal labor masa o be be kokra so some adwun because you have to be part of it and that is it and yes o hini no no and now no only radia or ball that be but in every society you know there's something you can say how them do am pim oduma say and that is what we all know. Angana na do beka say onu kra political party ye gina na chia ye piano na yonko ye court ye gina ni se printing na nka o kan de wasa ya de but I say manji anya mi de non enu eche no so maji atom egbubu obia abem ebubu obi apre o pre na na say okay magiatum nti dan na wo be ya bio wo achi taifo no o ko hin bio dan na wo be kan bio na ye nyina ye de ahye ho because the leader no kasa ye nti ye de ahye ho sa that is how it's supposed to be nti the fact say we legislature no awo na we head wo ho no it means say judiciary no can be bia wo de you won't go you announce or you go contrary to that say wo de nya wo kan no you want to hold on to it yentutu yentutu emrasesa yenye nema bisa oyesa na panyin a OSEI fie panyin de nema bi wo ho a ohu a bia wo ho asem bi kan ba ohwe gathering no a obeka say asem mi nkan wo ha bia ye wi a mafia me chief linguist anawe na meni na kasa that is penidie na say panyin a wo de wa adwene say wo say nemam me boom tokro me muddy the waters na me ma tension me raise tension high e wo Ghana that panyin no ye say be odi posana Ghana for be tutu wase Ghana for be kan sema oti a ebeye den ebeye oya and sad kwan na odi Ghana e fa so yes no Ghana enyo no kwan ne dia oya speaker yes ya jadum so speaker but to go ahead and say you want to challenge Supreme Court now can you maybe na nema hu fa so ni so o ko how mo keke sa so ban no sa sebi NDC so ban no omo nyan NDC baby a ye program bia obekọ no hu say ntokwa ho a most of the time about 90% omo started because omo nim say ade omo kan anya no kra but they want to push to make sure say among from bediatum na higher beje na higher heje yesre no emena ye woman de emenu so yesre no onya botrema ye to aba no wi a 7 January na wakọ in retirement yesre no wa depots wa Parliament over 30 something years yesre no enya fe no ba be say ho e de amay it speaker there niema oye ne de you should be mindful of judiciary no say the moment we can say okay say omo can be Supreme Court can be big crime me dey mean jintum me dey I want to do this now there be just say situation now create and sin no person create no yesre no sin no create you are ebia niema e be film aba no onu nkra obe just ebia obedwane and say ontimi so ano until when you know say you are in a leadership now you are seeing the bigger picture Evans onti an ohun here you are the number 3 in this country you have a lot of information until emi ya say onu na oyes anema no because what your parliament and you know say Ghana ha peace na ye protecting ya enya say nyama bi wo ha ye ntimi nye o you betimi aye but e ba wi a magere ebia wokura hu den hu nto eno ntina na be say nanado emma ya bibia esi esua say though I am happy I am not happy as Nanado the verdict no my the magiatum that is what the speaker supposed to do say bibi krana me oh Supreme Court akasa idea ma withdraw me asanas ye entrance ni nyina ye nyejuma then obi ehun say no ye won baby a okodura it is the final destination but says no you want to go beyond that destination now then what exactly do you want what must say it Ghana there emre ni ewo mu no it's about emre a yenya peace ya make sure say na do dan kwakufa do ni free SHS ye koto aba na ya protect no na se na be ya sabi ye nianu bia ye ni omo trance na omo ntimi enye school ni bia nkono magjerry ubisa school about free SHS magjerry school ni bia ye timi nkono magjerry me mama owo ye 11 magjerry yen 2 parents me ko secondary school 2 out of 11 2 percentage no option enti free SHS there will be better no say na me ye progressive mami ade no na me nko free I will say me afa na me see that me ye progressive na me nyi age no so is not on my side now say me nche ti me 20 years 30 years now we progressive schools now we see now and as friends say community day school now we see now unwe ya na 20 years na me the me age no that so 20 years na and that so 10 years no do we are na manya kwan akọ that mathematics no it doesn't work because nipa age na kọ nanim and then ni ochina ye nyia no enti when you say oh schools is ready infrastructure no ready enti ehun yan say obema obi opportunity to go to school me say magjerry say do you say krana nipa babeku school more beneficial and important than say nipa no be traffic kra and I'm saying say me 11 only 2 na timi call secondary school magjerry it mean there free SHS there on any other score o do san campaign wa ha me because me hwe baby am feel ni baby am be do na kan ye binu ma me ko tron mo chen a mo bo am anka Nigeria na baby am ti ka me ntra ha enti eno na ye hwe se aban beto aso na Ghana ye de aye kwa be hwe ene ko hwe free SHS boys ni bebre oya anu akobo onya fatren 1 2 bia wa save kakra obetumi ato an school so enti see ano nobody is looking up to the parents there be hwe me biom and we are saying say Ghana ha apart from say nyame ebo nipa no MPP number 2 no so bo nipa ana obo nipa because say nyame ebo na show mama yem na for 6 months 7 months 8 months na obeba wiase President Kufuor say bra o de bra wiase free matena ya won free na bra na ya won free na ba wasama capitation and also be call JHS free I see omo free no a osense ma oduane free school feeding free na do buy or also the free SHS abe piso nse say ya won nga Ghana abon hu modin Ghana am make sure say o ma foundation o papa obi o papa ni bi o ma foundation to make sure say obey nipa dachi and onya free SHS na magjari obetimi na anye kra you can decide say me ko ejuma 3-4 years onya oye ready you can still go back to school because the foundation is there you have your certificate already otima say that is how it's supposed to be and I can say and this is for sebi ombekasa no me say free SHS hu hia me say na me hu say nothing na former president John Dramani Mahama wa my free SHS no because onu nuanum nam magjari nya village o aname bo into onuanum oni omo share brabra say from the village na munyina anyame adon onya school ni bi call ya ene ekoye ma na call village na hu ma how do you feel ebia satan grana they were better than you magel me say me de bia me say nipa time na yen ko school no nipa na ye better than all of us no magel ye JJS na when nya obi amwa no magel onim na adwuma ye necessary no sebi enye say adwuma na ye no me buni ni ntia but magel yen kan no kra na yen encourage amanfo ene oton wodro e wo condition me na me kan kire wodro e na oton wo condition. Now, when we were in school, no, he was the best about mathematics. By the time my teacher best started to I just no. Teacher no create me, but no a transfer now. A branch and him actually idea. Magere now on wardrobe or connection. So, I am saying, say, a man a woman no dear.
Okay.
Education is key, and we are saying, say, abanyaba ama a ambulance, or my ambulance. Every constituency be our ambulance. Ye be no to me and ye be. What must say? Omo collapse system no. Aban bi aba ene wa my drip esi ya municipal bia eyo onuani rose hundi dan na ye fesi we enya fe na okọ national ekọ machine aba ye de abro wo ho no mamu manage na mo hwe mo ni escafo ni bi kra sponsor o metal fuel se mo ko grade we di metal fuel na ye mfa nye se machine ni bi no anka fuel no to de bagu hin inti that is how you build a community and ye nya aban ya why o yes anyama ni nyina maye odumase one dizu one factory aban ye interges aban ye rules aban aye railway sector aban guso gidigidi it apart from sanema na aban ye no aban aye nima bebre e de amaya Ghana for e be hwe so de ato aba na they are protecting the future otumase yen transit say ye man end this opportunity no mo abe de abe say Ghana otumase because a mena ye woman no is about building for the future and yen ya betra no me say me ma na 11 now only 2 penalty me call secondary school that should tell you why me I will continue to support MPP aban say obe boanipa and yes say you can say ya koto play na play so ye ho bia nipa koto baby I fire so niema na hwenwan dabi you see you build it for the future odmaze enti mageri emne na woman there we are looking at a political party what track record it's about developing say infrastructure no near develop nipa so human resource so account just to make sure say because you see unya sika na usi dan bebre na wan hwe one good foundation na mageri owu a obo say e dan no akarem because you've not built the foundation to make sure say mimi ni ho a one take over sa nipa no mi dan na mesisi bebre no obetimi abahwe say ye be penti dan no say dan no dan ye and I say erosion be air affect no so called renovation one building obabia sana obo say almost nipa na ho no to turn dan no but turn nyina because on one building foundation your interest was to build properties but the human resource capital in there na base in there know they am found and Nanado Dankwaku Fado Abain is not ready to do that. Yes, dino, railway sector. Near see friends school dine near ma yes animal ma drip equipment ma ambulance no ne yes nipa so uncle school free send a baya say any hobby ma will still have leaders they will think ahead and say nyama ni nyina say Magari Ghana the obianim say MPP aban na betimi aboa oman no dance
Mameko Evans
Mark
yeah
let us say
nyame adombogo
since I imagine say me ba studio a bekesa boko a kire Ghana for because tension e wo krom no so enti e betra ha na ya mfa asumdue ya nkesa nkire Ghana for e betina nkrofo bi etwitwo mo so kan na nkrofo bi ekuku mo se mi ni obrepa na o defend no ho ba meto aso me fa ntie mu do e ma yewa John Dramani Mahama NDC Frank Atufo any NDC party leader. Papa Michia o bojuma. Ya mi nshira o no ma wadom na fabeji Ghana. Ni awo ye de wonye ma ho. Na wo ye ma Ghana ene Ghana nchirima. Na mi nchia mi a me boss madamfo. National chairman Johnson Esiedun Ketia. Papa Michia o bebi a wo bia. Na me mfa nchia ma yura Dr. Aja Sepanyanke. Na meto aso no na ye ka Supreme Court pronouncement na bepese beto mebo acheche ne memu bi kakra Yewura Kufuado amamu enene mre or the hweso pi about there have been a lot of history and a lot of events for the past 30 years one of the administrations or the history abapa in terms of radical activities, fraudulent, criminal, murder, brush sharing, a lot of events is almost trying to dent the image of our country and our Fourth Republic Constitution. Any this regime, mekai ekwa members of Parliament ekwe, mekai sika yenti bida, yenuaba sisiriadapa emani pi, SMP. Na over Parliament na ekosisi as a researcher I look down to the leadership of current Parliament. Mark we friends majority the friends Afenyo Markin is struggling to become a leader. And as he continued he exposed his incompetence, the weaknesses. Mekaisa as a young student in law, minya case be court. So defend and the law has several phases, the way you handle it. There have been several leaders in Parliament. Mekaisa Sama ACCCA. And yet the first I'm informed that 2012 ABC Naja Huno, he didn't make any pronouncement. Nani or this semi a year to us presidency by Yura Mark, a friend, lawyer, Professor Mark Okwe. I don't know, best set is our president. No, well, no fee say he behaved like deterrent, like Nipana to me, Ashenema. Now, on far, he doesn't use human face to handle issue until he decided to expel.
I am with Shema. There wasn't any petition. Say.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that, say, because there nobody petitioned Supreme Court, but he set that precedent.
Even the speaker as well. Some refer to do it. And on instance, Ben Aoka, because
one of the NDC's MPs then went.
I know your way. MT and Michael Tenyo.
Yes, yes. But there wasn't any pronouncement on.
And I must say. Yes, there wasn't any
pronouncement.
Even though the party wrote.
Yes, there wasn't any pronouncement on him. That is the speaker at the time and the competence. He used all that. The law has several phases. Where the cause, the environmental effect and other things before we make a decision. Naira Makoko went further and make a pronouncement. So you have set a precedent. And if somebody can't follow it, na amana besi say Then I woke up, nobody petitioned the Supreme Court or nobody went to court. Mejidi Pa said there was a dialogue, there was a discussions behind the scene under the leadership of Che Mensa Bonsu. Now you are Afeoma can ask he want to exhibit as if he is a good lawyer or he knows the law. No, they are semi call court. Or they call because you see America say government business in parliament has come to a halt. Who loses? Who loses? Are you a good leader, a bad leader? Are you then better than Oseche Mensa Bonsu? And I say he's better than you under your leadership. And the leadership and competence of a leader at a time produce a required result. Into a fair market leadership. And then Eddie Sansemi Abba. Look at the cause is creating for this country. The cause is creating for the government of the day. The cause is creating for Supreme Court. So Supreme Court crowd will be here. It's say Afeyo Makin have done that. Look at what is happening. It's say Marco could make that pronouncement. Look at what is happening. This year, the business of Parliament and the state has come to a halt. I also commend that decision that Speaker made. Sasemna or he adjourned the sitting at the time. No, in fact, dear, because we are saying MPP full trooper, a soldier for call, police for call, and at the end of the day, there would have been a casualty.
Military no call no one request.
Yes, there would have been a casualty. But or to Parliament musanse me here and see into the competence of a leader at a particular time determine the environment, the state, what the people have to experience. It is not strange. The competence of Yuru Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. And Napo, these people are cabinet ministers. So being the cabinet ministers at Asa, they are the people who sit, dairy, and think about the state. And the state pay them for that cabinet meeting. He refreshed them for that cabinet meeting because they have to produce a very reliable, relevant, resourceful ideas that can push the country forward. No more tina, no more de bano, and a yehunu, any a huchena a woman, and a busia be rebena yabono, any aquana aseno, any agrekana eseno, any cocoa na the foreigners in Brennas is ya egunu, any produced by a company egu, any share better company egu, any commander sugar factory, and to me near Juma. Those people, they are sitting, they are thinking. Any railway, ya bobo sia railway nanso, not one railway has been able to move. Any railway fufa ya kataba Maya Rangers are crashing. I say Ganeska. That's the decision of Yuru Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and Napo. No wonder these people are telling us that we should give them another chance to come and sit on this country. Can you imagine what will happen? Can you imagine Nebesi? They have exhausted this mind. Almost they are junior job for 8 years. See who scar print bia anka ayomu na de buy. See who bibi fufu bia anka. But what we see is what we are seeing. Intimacy Ghana for. Don't ever let us make mistake. He say there's some hidden plan B will be a war you were about me 3 a quantity or BP. There's some hidden knowledge be a shena potrima or BP. No more than a dino. No more for the 8, not 2 years old, not 3 years, 8 good years. They have sat not almost a month to think about this country. Are you saying that the road that is right, they don't see? That are not air cost. Are you saying there's nowhere they can travel to go and seek knowledge to save the situation? Are you saying that there's nothing they can do to save it? Are you saying that Commander Sugar Factory able to have thousands of people and stop the importation of sugar? They can't do it. What they can do is what they have done. Until we need a unanimous decision for this election, 7 December. Mumaye momon keju omo ahome. So they can refresh themselves and come back again. And that's one thing Ghanaians does. I like it. You were Kufuor by Ghana former time Osuai Otutu Akwa Nanti Muhu Ghana Sem and some of them Babesiso. Professor Messe by Ghana former Kwamo Nanti and some of them Babesiso. You were Kufuor also by on Nanti. You were Mahamas Mama Nanti. When yes, you whom when who say Quine ye. When we say Commander Sugar Factory me be a bay, when we say Thai Factory me be a bay, when we say banks, you know, say me be a the Numa Beba, a Bema Mansu and Yesika. Kajitia market ne jatum, Mena me see. For the past year, jatum, I'm an ashy. A man or money manashino, a banner more way. Market is shika, baby crana she crown on your way. It sounds on no see. Or that you know say Missy Kajeti market a bay. Kota Kroba ma why don't I modernize my market? Because majority of our women goes to market. So he took that advantage. That is what's called leadership. We young crofune here then now ye. And yet are more cast na wotoba. And yet near enfeta na wodeba. It's a nice opportunity for us Ghanaians to decide on the 7th of December. Issue of near Elkos any speaker, any parliament, speaker, any Supreme Court in term. To me, I am not so much disturbed. It's precedent they are setting, and it is the law coming to face the lawmakers. Now, the normal circular the constitutional arrangement, the parliament is a master of its own. Every pronouncement, any action that they take is a law. And Supreme Court also same. They interpret what the parliament do, but they don't rubbish what parliament does.
And so, Chief Justice, in a 30 minutes presentation, did you listen before saying that? Did you or didn't?
I did listen to him. Mami Yekasa. No, I am not condemning what. Yeah, he brought the reasoning.
Mami Kasayi, Mami Nadaji, actually BBM editor. Fine, you can disagree, but main create wrong impression.
I'm not creating not wrong impression.
But that is not the law.
Let me finish talking. What I'm saying is, the law has give reasons why he made that decision. And speaker also have his side. The two of them are law interpreters and lawmakers. So when the two come, they will always be confronting.
Parliament is not an institution to interpret laws.
They make laws, and Supreme Court
don't interpret.
No, the Supreme Court interpret it. Mm-hmm. You understand? Mm-hmm. And why do they interpret? Because they have been on it, practice it over time. They have become a master inside of it. But the lawmakers actually who dialogue, analyze, and come out with a law, they are parliament. So he has come to interpret, cite reasons why he did that. That's all right. But whatever happened is a precedence. I am not condemning the side of the Supreme Court decision, and I'm not condemning the side of parliament. It strengthens our democracy. It is better say bema mranako sisi ede sekai ebeko. Okay. Eye pass e bema mrako na mrano de no ho apempem te say asono mienu omoko. No mu afitira asase no sisi ade asekai ne atuo ebeko. Sisi ede amokas ebeba. Inti eye pass koso. It set a precedence. I'm happy we are not fighting. But the laws are trying to evolve itself and make it a better people. Okay. I'm very happy say mami akase wi na papa nso akase wi. Inti let's follow suit. We can't say near Supreme Court say no member parliament fa. Now we can't say that the parliament also cannot be of its own. Because when the court is not there, it is chaos.
That's it.
You see, the court should be a last thing. Person may come be far near all cases.
Time.
No, he was talking about the free SHS. My brother,
I'm just giving you 1 minute.
Yes, free SHS. Obian can say free SHS no, and yet. Now, Yewura Akufo-Addo is not the first person or first president to make announcement of free SHS. It has been in our constitution. Now President Kufuor, President Nkrumah has started as part of Ghana. He wants to roll it down to this country. When the same people overthrow him in 1966. You see? And when NDC took over, you are talking about 19 years. We can't even have bread to buy in the street. And the other Abu, Niemana winye free kasa, Asumjina uwo, utumi trasiri kasa ina, this na makwai. This na de buy. Net tamukra ukato panwa, uso line. Niesusa, but yet ibisa. Oh, na niema uhuina. Sukua papa uhu, mra uhu, constitution ukra, uhushun tesiano. This is she.
Evans,
and you are Rollins. It's the fear says,
what's the constitution and why is it?
This is she. Yes, you're of Rollins and listening at the constitution, but I don't win him. When him say 1992, I'm okay. May say what him say
1992 constitution end this way.
Now who?
NDC.
Now who was the leader then? Under Rollins. And the Rollins is an NDC. Let's assume that.
Can history ni
what the Yanfa would say? What the end of you were Rollins in the constitution by. He was a leader at the time.
Okay, but
as much as President Kufuor can take a phone and call Supreme Court, and you were Rollins baby also take a phone and call the constitutional committee to say do something otherwise. It's what we see, the peace we see, the progress we see, the status we see. It was drawn by NDC and the leadership of NDC. The NDC has never said free SSS no.
Advert.
What is mean by advert? What mean by now you can't create it. What I'm saying is.
Let me move to Felix. Thank you very much.
Who address them and make a better free SSS.
Evans. What time I saw? Felix Mante, as a AGYEMAN parliamentary candidate. PPP.
MONTIE AGYEMAN.
PPP. Yeah.
I'm in French, I guess. Yeah. I'm in Chiao. In Chiao, what here for Chia? A show media, no, it was social media. I know crew Nina, Kojo Damiado. Minchia PPP chita for national executives, regional executives, and I feel AGYEMAN constituency, me constituency. Marjorie, me constituency AGYEMAN boss say I feel on best system. Omatu Abano. I'm a progressive people's party. Okay. Parliament through me.
Wish you well.
Ye bompa ye juma. Ye cow also say boss ne near idea to monim say ye bar. Ye be de constituency in any mammy I so. Ye qua. Ye be any pepe. I'm a shaman, I crabbe. And into no memobia and give you up. Yeah, people will see you, they will say a lot of things about you. Then so I know say there's victory at the tail end. Now those attacking yang through our posters and other things, we know them. But then no netwaba until we are not bothered. We are still speaking to the people, talking to them, reaching out. Say Brennan Swan. Number 4 on the ballot. Progressive People's Party, MONTIE. And when you vote that way, you vote for quality leadership. Otu Abanesa, Otu Abano for development. Otu Abanesa, Otu Abano for job and wealth and well-being economically. Otu Abano demand number 4, our ballot no so Otu Abano to ensure say there will be security and peace in AGYEMAN constituency. And to be ankai na se Brennan Swan onko Otu Abano emfa emwa. Marjorie, you also say I would be the assembly home, Momo Makra, my old house. You can't NDC 92, I can't NDC, PNDC, NDC. Until I didn't hear now how home veteran say. There be I can't be near the NDC for I hear the PNDC for Taliomo. And this is me 10 million events I say on the 1992 constitution. You should understand him from the perspective of say
1992 constitution, NDC.
NDC regime.
Oh, win him history.
PNDC, NDC regime. Send your bear.
Is different from what he was saying.
So no.
Or say NDC the 1992 constitution by. But Okane say PNDC regime. And now ye initiated 1992 constitution. Historically, that is fact. But so can say NDC in the 1992 constitution by ya.
Elena Mechra say, my Jerry, Elena Mechra say, to be 1992 constitution or can NDC as someone or regime or we may man Casimir. What is that? They be raising us. I don't want
historical facts.
The element in PND.
Even consultative assembly no more for me, and yet PND for be.
Yeah, that's in America. Say, the regime. So no more car. Almost Canada. Almost car NDC now. Almost can to connect to PNDC. NDC. It's your master. You, my dear, hunu now. Only a more training.
But the moment education now, you to as well.
Marjorie, me at the maintain actually enfia chassis. Me betie baby or your propaganda, 3SHS, need those kind of things. You know, who need busy. But me Evans Kakra over the parliamentary and judiciary impasse. No, clearly, Obi Biara onimumra isuambra kakra no. Obi who say. We are seeing some conflicts between the three arms of government, executive, parliament, and our legislature, especially legislature no and seemingly I said the executive judiciary no, and so I call one side. It's a worrying situation for all of us. We need to find an amicable solution to this problem. But that those three arms of government, one on the policy side, back on the legislation side, and back on the interpretation of the legislation. Until they collaborate each other. And so if they collaborate each other, I think under no circumstances must we see something a bit demonstrated said they are antagonizing each other. It won't help in democracy. Me, that's my view, that's my thinking. Said at no point must you see a situation where it seems say the three arms of government, are more antagonizing or more. Now they be ni interpretations, ni assumptions be brave, a bad. Evans said the law has several phases. Me argument here say, and yes, the law has several phases. The law no phases now or assume no, because of each person's philosophical understanding of the law. And theoretically say, and as a philosophically, so be a naturalist. The application of the law no, who say, obey as exhibiting natural principles, understanding, to interpret and as apply the law. Obi a positivist. They say near yedi wana omo parliament ye free mu a. Me make say Professor Michael Quay and Right Honorable Speaker Gbabe, they are positivists. They are looking at the law seni emrana ka. No my den. Omo de ye adwuma say emrana si yenye ni sei intermediate sa na me de maye no. Enu nti na wo hu no sa. Yewrado ajaho. He perhaps may be a naturalist for say after all I'm all right so I'm until no be and 1 to 1 am be an can any determination there. So until so until ebia of say that is it. Or somebody too may be a liberalist. Obviously a liberalist or say is looking at the circumstances idea way eba ko lead to in case of say parliament the impact of your decision you're taking on the generality of the people citizens maybe looking at it. And me sitting from afar and listening to the ruling Chief Justice Eddie Barbontina, I realized that she was being liberal to the whole process. Say, mommy consider other policy effects and impact of Adena to arrive at a conclusion. So at the end of the day, and who he has because he is after all, I can't how many months near to Aba. I can't how many days, and per my understanding, I can't how many days near to Aba, and then we go our way. what would that do to the nation? Compare it to say you parliament. Now you could take a decision via to say from a policy from the executive. Parliament won't trust and could take a decision. Now there is stiffer oppositions and other things. You need clear majority, maybe create a problem there. Then there's no need for us, because at the end of the day, its effects on the society, will be dire than what if you take that decision and you sank from a 9 and 5 parliament. So for me, that is where I see the difference, where the whole thing lies. And when I want to MONTIE says, there has been precedence. Yes, last week I said it. Naturally, once there is precedence, our parliament there, we be expected to be SCR. Then let us follow the precedence. But and only at the positivist perspective. Obi onono Jones as anem nanaka into the sane yenye den. Yenye no. Onono sa no. Obe ne sa. So be so a realist and as a naturalist. Ono so be go to another perspective. No waka say mummy enko ni say na my na nia ono so the liberalist no. Ono so be kira say no. If you go this route be proper. So the differences na ababe demunu if I say the law has many faces and other from the perspective of the individuals who are applying the law. It's not said the law really has any several faces. But where I stand, to be precise, and it's a way the cost benefit analysis. Say any conflicts are about the 3 institutions in ne papa no MJ. Let us ask them. Ne papa muni. Esan say. Esan say enye ne papa munti. People like us from the Progressive People's Party say there be America. Azumi say sanka Ghana for to aba no to aba ma ye mu bi me call parliament ko share ho a. Anka de ye ko so ye be hu between the two political feuding parties nana. It wouldn't have happened because I will hold a different perspective altogether. Here is a case, there were members of parliament who have been appointed as ministers of state. Parliament and and why we will promote for the amendment of the constitutional article now. Am I appointed more than 50% of ministers from among members of parliament? Amend the constitutional article. Minister of state. You get it? Amend Article 88, Attorney General or no, or sign a Minister of Justice. So that you get an independent state prosecutor or no will not go and stand in and defend an issue and attorney general won't necessarily we a national state attorney and parliament and yes and they would parliament. Is that not it? But if we had amended the article, we say no, I'm for the state. Into so mining ya some say ya oba bejinem no I then no kasenia. It's so can advice be or they are parliament. Who say he's antagonizing parliament in any way. That is the problem we have. So we continue to encourage Ghanaians. 2024 December 7th, Abatuya Kwakotui. Look into our faces, and especially Ashaman for Motuaba. Dom Kwavinya for Motuaba, Katamanso for Motuaba, Ododo for baby Amaboy Wakre in your aspirants, the contestant, any candidates or Monshe na muntu abanem fe mayen. Na se muntu abanem mayen ni ko wura parliament wa. These things you put a stop to them. Na emfa masa nyema we enkoso bio na de how any ho ye stressing your man no aye shi. How we are all suffering, how we are all going through these difficulties. Now as I say trust as nationalists, near demonstrating nationalism, how to embrace ourselves and find a common goal, a common direction to solve your problems. Nia ye debate hu, nia ye kasa hu, you say, oh, we are majority, we are minority, you are not, I am not. And a whole lot of issues going here and there. Does it put food on our table? MJ, and my dollar now do 17 cities in a bafom. And my yakwaya nina ase no. Ye. And my schools are so deplorable. Niema enkoye awofo brani adino ebema na ye have systems how things are going so bad. You can see ebesi anyada 111 yentumi sinwie no. Why not we gather on the round table and discuss it. Say, how do we finish it? President Nana Akufo-Addo is at the tail end of his tenure. This is not a time for us to quarrel and fight over what will not bring us food. How to resolve the issues amicably. And some way, make a backroom discussion. And as I say, so say na then with leadership in parliament. Then you discuss, you sit, and then you deal with the whole issue. It's not about competence or whatever. Nana make sure say it's per the understanding of anybody in the application of the law. It's not about competence. What you describe as incompetent, somebody thinks say near or no, that's the best way to go. And so you may see it as it's incompetent, but it's naturally not be incompetent. But on no saying how he will apply it, I don't know how apply, based on the philosophical understanding of Emrana Edi Ejuma. So let us eschew all these things. Now, antagonism, or NPP, me or PPP, or NDC. We are the same people. We all live in this country. What we are looking for, they say Ghana Quine first class roles. Is that not what all of us hold here? Sebeya, meanwhile, Ghana for Mutie and Ombenya Juma, Aye, now be answer Konano. It's not the desire of any government, and that's any political party say, Obi Enye Juma Enye. That's not anybody's desire. And the approach to bringing jobs, the strategy, that is where we differ. And the fact that we differ, doesn't mean we are enemies. Doesn't mean we are enemies. It means that ye hold different opinions, shades of opinion to bring development. How we can manage the national resources to bring public goods to the generality of the society. And none ye hold different views. And if you hold different views, must we fight? Must we quarrel? Must we struggle before we are able to present our views? Tell the people say, when I come, or when say na mefa, now when my yen say the amount. When be so say na mefa, now nyuma a open my the amount. Tell the people that say na meye na usidi no I stabilize when you sika now they are increasing your purchasing power. That I will do, and that is what the Progressive People's Party is promoting with all our parliamentary candidates. And if you don't have such abilities over here, you don't have to go and fight. Sit back and watch and give way to the people who can do it, rather than going to struggle and in here. And to the media, they're ruling those who have not studied the Chief Justice. You must sit back. Where's Siamra Kakra? Anyone else Siamra? You have to be able to understand the Chief Justice on many grounds. He may not go your way. She may not toe your line. And if she doesn't toe your line, it doesn't mean was wrong. And I say, how her disposition, her philosophical understanding of the law is very, very important. And every lawyer knows this. And if one philosophical understanding of the law, and any day in Shia, what you need to do as a lawyer, and they say, you try to persuade her to toe your way, to understand you. So until I say, now you don't go sit somewhere and bastardize her or something of that sort. You just have
because if you get Obi Oye MP, a member of parliament, saying it all, and Radoye, you're politically motivated. How would you understand this? At the end of the public, it is MP no the reason and the sense of reasoning.
I don't know what I will say.
You see, Felix, and maybe I will say Anna and just say yes, but I say yes. And just as say, social media benti, obi do attempt cry so your occupational hazards, ain't yen treating as normal, of which me Jerry, I dispute that thing. Because nipa nanim bie ya, nanim bie. So I say, now watch that in no anymore. MP eka say politically motivated. O man won't tell you in a womb. Na MP akwaka sa same way. What do you think will bring?
And that is what I'm talking about.
You won't need be and one way too shallow minded. Like what we have some of them on the social media. No, let me land because I'm very serious about it. Let me land. You won't pay bisa na wakasa send on so mafa because a whole MP the pedigree. Dia waka enra yenjina ye tie de ekoso. Twado ono naka na chitafo beka de or the two channels among fan kokoko. Ekwana me drag it about.
So into Marjorie, these are some of the things we need to point out in the faces of someone who making such pronouncements, and then prove to them that they are wrong on many grounds. And now we say me court, me case against the appointment of the deputy IGP,
the deputy IGP
in charge of operations. And let me give you a gist. And now we were expecting the ruling for the preliminary objections AG. Erezi. And then the judge ruled in favor of the AG. Say only jurisdiction. Say the presidency is not a lower court. Now high court, ICC almost supervisory authority over and supervisory jurisdiction over the presidency. And the case is dismissed. I disagree entirely. I disagree totally with the ruling of the court because the office of the president is neither also a superior body, it's an agency of state. And any agency of state, the high court has jurisdiction over it. And say high court can say only supervisory jurisdiction over it. And me now
in Japan is an appeal.
I need to go to the Supreme Court straight away. You see, with the leave of the court. It means I need to go to the Supreme Court. Okay. You get it. So he dismissed the case. And many COP and then the same bench. The same but we will proceed to the Supreme Court to see what will come out of it. And just say, I did what they qua. Understand, say, I tefrash say, why na ya obey.
And Felix, me cram so many and say, oh, say, if it's Supreme Court a judge for the Alberto way you're politically motivated, I don't dispute it. Now established. Prove it to us. And Rama Baina Eko mu echere say you're politically motivated.
These comments how do
and
this is where this is where Theo
MJ we shouldn't talk about
MJ it. This one both parties normally
yes
and yes one party and then way here now
one side
until you say
okay
achira onom sa no mo beka and no me read sentence so let me read bibi on social media obi raise concern over Dennis Miracle Aboaje, Baumia Director of Communications. He's not here, but let me say this. Say Nipane say Oshe Dennis Metro. And all can say Dr. Baumia never asked Mahama 170 questions. Nipane Puli publication
170 yeah
170 and then on the publication they said Baumia seeks answers on 170 statements from the President John Dramani Mahama, and because of say statement in T then this is any questions. Have you seen
because say a statement
do you seek answers from statements?
We don't, yeah.
So why will you say that thing was not questions? If you say answers from statement, then it means they are questions. And so because it seals you are trying to justify and then run away from it. When Adiano and ya, when me and Kasa and yet Adiano ya, who said they were a year, but when it comes to the application of the law, Felix. Any nearma ye cannot, we should be extremely careful and look at Nipana or more apply law no or interpreting the law or whichever way it is. Me, I don't blame speaker one bit.
Yeah.
I don't blame because I see him to be a positivist.
Maybe I may what challenge you can understand the Chief Justice Mame Enyae Enra say he was duly served. And for that matter, no, na asema manson daso a womo call for interpretation there na etesan called train so. But honestly speaking, say no and ekobemu and na really no mine there me can one several times say will be blame speaker na me na nya so that is okay. All right Kaza Bebrebe
I have my view on the whole case, ruling not speaker the mind. When you go to the constitution, read that portion. I think that we need further amendment and because that clause has so many infringements, infringe on the right of the people, breaches of contract. Because you have signed a contract, I'm not here to talk about it because then this year says.
But when Evans, I want to crown him for now, no.
I don't want to talk about
substantive matter no. Ruling a speaker my crown, none konye from so. Supreme Court no what TN said the Chief Justice and yes speaker I am from so. But say emra manso da bibi ho. Obi nti bibi ase. Na yase wo say ade a ewo ho nie. Na wonsa you were duly served as Chief Justice Kanye. Na we chia faso ababe masa ruling no. So it's yanti and once you just speaker I am from so.
Yes,
and Chief Justice and
I think the ruling now speaker I am from so. Abua papa.
You not understanding
yes.
About how.
Yes, abua papa because one yes I rule now could be in BC.
And you're which of the rules?
Like suspension of Parliament. Senate, so I must.
Oh, I know Pokra. I know they are saying count.
You see, but the whole case Nankasa, Professor Michael Kono creative problem Ghana.
Oh yeah,
he set a very bad because even that problem it is true that the constitution has made that provisions.
Creative problem.
See, the constitution has made that provisions. So it should be moved from Parliament, but it's also infringed on the right of the individual. It breached that contract. But Madam Fubi Kacha me say. Oko Nigeria, they just cross carpet. So
and
that
say
that provision cure that thing because it can be that thing is so controversial.
We are waiting patiently. Now you say the Supreme Court be can fast assembly 11. It's a we are young now on be can offer career. Me even though Mr. Supreme Court kokase your friend is saying the AC no for no and tese wo vacate to seat. I'll be a bit surprised maybe I'm education be anamaje every baby because me I'm expecting the Supreme Court to be say they should vacate their seats.
That's the law.
AC
I am expecting
that's the law.
Say Supreme Court obey interpreting what you say master law ne say I'm not predicting. May can't wait without. How can I say? Because me say I'm expecting.
Madam Funema says that provision was there to cure a certain.
Okay, me that's it. David. On count to make us. Some will be make one. I'm quite here for. Oh, me patrol me banya but travel the jabo chairman. Oh, Evans, I will have you.
May say members of Parliament want to know Monam Court. I want it to weaken the image.
What Monam Court says?
Say assembly near the court. They should have a committee that address matters that because it weaken the face of Parliament. I mean, it weaken Parliament because Parliament is master of its own. Now they be a Monam court. I see. I believe that those. Several times, because leadership were able to sit down and dialogue and have solutions. It is the best for our Parliament.
Okay,
that are always running.
Someone else can be for. Yeah.
So, I'm a friend say, I'm market CNMP, MPP, I'm mom. But near me, say, I'm on time. No, said the name Tom and Crow. I crash here. Yes, as can not time in 17 million or the share back, come on the coil. It more track record is moon drink Ghana for Muba, Nema Muye.
And I said, I'm Tamaklo, so am I. Oh, yeah, or she missing, but however. Supreme Court and die to our own over. When there's a Supreme Court to High Court, yeah. Court and die too.
Evidence, and the law court, I'm proving she cannot be quiet, so many or time not the sharing back in the camel, and I will.
Are willing to help.
But somebody stole the money.
Let's say money.
I want the money to buy somebody.
No.
I didn't even make effort.
Na yesi Ghana for obi a party a odwin Ghana for ho a eye na Ghana for nyina obi anim se ye ne ebo mu enti ye hire NDC for so omo nkoda emle standard na MPP government are raise no so high to the extent say omo ba because mobile na problem kran ho problem bi eni ha covid bi eni ha kra mo economy no mo ntimi ahwe so ma mimmu ama friends and teacher need to meet child 1 year no mama no 3 months or pound scholarship. That was a legacy, sir. But the Ghana for doing so more to me and so without any problem.
Okay, let's
demonstrate your competence. What you have learned.
What to see?
Okay, madam, say 03022435540. 03022435540. My many doing child of pay. Nah, uncle. Okay, me back to my chair. Nyame adom akoyeti o.
Ayo mi di ke kira wo fe me fro so obo so ma se kuapi ma mi nke Nyankopon che mi chere na mi ncha o man panyin ni nyansani ahofedua John Ramani Mahama gonja dishie Ghana fo ahunu sihwe ma na ye brain ma jere ma me fancy ha aya parliament na ni aya sano nyame na abu ayum enire bia na yetu about 2016 na MPP fonya MPP kwa 169 saata mo de o aye declare seat bi vacant kura o kusu woni padu 20 ene de o mo bon say mama yake kwe ene de obi ye the same thing de o mo say o mo ntiade ena eka no se court no akoye won de nti ena e ba no sa ni ma kufuru ni papa pa o bianu de e pa su yi na se wo ye Ghana ni wo fa play ena nti ana wo frese ye nti ba ma ba o bianu betua kufu da mamu we so a na menimu ni papa a wo ye because ne do so sidi na ye hata bino wakati bre covid bai tena mahama yelo ye papa kufu ni ba ene in charge o bi ko amanonia $50 obi ba $50 o mo ti ma me bu akunta nche ye da nkofu we no abefa Ghana no mu ana ne yantumi ndidi influence adakro na wo se yesa to ba o mi no metu amamu fu tantan no nyunyu we so a uko part of education se se school e kono kwa no se kwa wo se yento cement ana fi
okay meda say mame fa de odi ho me ba cho me mo ache mache yes you
good morning.
Good morning.
Munkaila Jonas ni.
Yo.
Judicial, but Ugwiduma. Fact to interviews, new question, and in fact, I know say the sky will always be your limit. Judicial.
Amen.
Mr. Sango. You saw the NDC new school. I'm a 15 say che. More of Filaments are for review of Bianamenka. But Jerry, you know, Mama NDC for the Mahamantia say, or say, Yembe ye ano 5 questions. Adentina, ye debt, a balloon to the said amount or the bar out. The independent person maker. Send this for we fear. Ye kai Mahama say, Bessin ne, President Kufuado, Etianeka, monthly pay. And Yami Papa said, Bibancha, Gary, I told you, it is Canada Bichia, Ghana is Canadiano. And then we share 6 new regions here. President Ati Mahama Savannah region may be free Yatima no. But there is Cascade Como, who don't share ministers, 6 Abaka home, from travel allowances, may be on better. Shabaso Kasa 6 across administrative blocks. President because a demanding in the newly created regions. Nina, a Busia, your boy, no, why you also what that on Kai. Another issue has got to do with the free SHS. Woko Mahama Nani Krumwan and Kof also a benefit. And then say on Kaya, me Kaino, who should draw side the buyer, Nasaya the chairman.
the chairman no drones now deploy and draw ne order so tiafe enti say mampani mama say new refia ye kai no say yan first kana nko we ya no na we share human resource base ya MPP yes no a ehia Dr. Baumia say
medanse pa ma me fa do di ho me ba cho be mo ache. Hello Matthew.
Good morning Mangel.
Yes I hear you.
Me ton ka che we are ko de.
Nyame adom boko.
Mangel we de me patron asimi ha me be element ni he. Mangel say on say only NDC for the interview at the ya wonu omu kasa ba only MP for the kana kokon last
me ba cho dey crash it how can enter why ba cho anya sami we free so why I'm not interested in that enter
Ekito for Bible say we shall be the head and not the tail. It's a Christo for Ghana for Asensebe, Medawasi.
Yanko and me for the next one. Semo, Ejuma. Beba so much.
Good morning.
Yeah, you too.
Medasina Juma Power. I'm in NDC in Abaso. Now, Anapawi, me share MPP for an Omuya Mingwa. I wish that Ufidi so Kashewi, now Ufudi can frere. Or be Bakai. Now, Ubisan said, social intervention. Now, share the kind of definition how there are different social intervention with the Muse and MPP Guangazano. Almost a social intervention, no classic. I mean, almost in the social intervention. Put the Juma, Mamma Dada of you, who know the free education by our wouldn't Qualanico School, Mudi Watam. Also, madness for we would my allowance and all my send himself, who's come home. And see, women in Anna Betua at Yemu, and I'm to me. Would you want or beyond yourself free education? I want to go be the 3,000, 4,000, Bimukra 7,000, and when you see I must have 10, Musa more yeah, we no more year perspectives in the amount I for. I will send himself. We want the bed and I call headmasters. So, you're in Nina, and I will say, as I'm on both from where you'll be a new about what one.
Okay, Medan say no adwenture. Me ba cho mache. Yeah, nyame ado boko etio.
I me 1D1 nepoli.
Okay.
And big no way so I shall fala tete. In case I'm uncle, we can pa a queer free. You know, Mr. Gana say. NDC almost 419. Who's only for Bacasa say free education NDC only you. Free education as a bagana for 9 years and here for your scafu where here won't. First night, here my man Donald Thomas on Coco Cossiava as I'm on back eco school. Almost Yendi. If you are former president John Demas 419, and to me, almost Yendi. Now, Master Gana say, Yanko to Amba and both free education and home. Yanko to Aba. One visit, one party. Young Pabon Bank. Dictation, young Cotuaba, and Bombay. A year drip on another number of Fado, a jabba. They say, on man, Pialano, consistency Piala, on by young Wapan, young Cotuaba Bombay. You are not fair gonna say Parliament. Say. And perhaps I could call your attention to Cocan Yanko Cra. Get the content of Butu. And the speaker. So your typical Cocan Yanko or your Tony Braston, then plus look up the content of Butuno. Send me a Parliament. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, Muslim majority. The market majority side. 70 people score.
Me ba cho de awu kika nyina ya tra. Thank you very much. Me da se. Me ba cho me mo ache. Nyame ado bako etio.
Watching Fifra Central. Yeah, me more abaso. Na me fan check e ma na bola ko reach Martin. Movement for change. It shall we be Saturday circle work. Na senia afanto amanfo agya tu onabola kuletse mate independent candidate obaji oman wo mama kasa bebre ene ehwa wo ma we mu no ni nyina no akofom ama amanfo anyuma so ndie no ye nyina support onabola kuletse mate because wo hwe nyuma pe wona ni suna ababu oman Ghana free education is very good and krana ko school enya certificate. It is a serious obi say ton free education a ye hwe ni pani hie Demom obi a odi eduma beba na nkura no di that certificate na kope bia ye no eno na ese ye gi akire It's free education there. Na do aboa e de aba ama na be ye na dwuma wie. It is our policy no. Eni kwa so beside the a new policy. It is the MP before kan nyina no. E would rather some.
Okay.
See other ball ko se mate odi fi dwuma ba. Na amanfo nya bia ye no. En na se yan hwe ni mu. Na ye fa abaruma no. Na me se se na Ghana fo agina tum no de. Omo ni hwa moda. Me do bi ase.
Me dan say. Me ba so me fa last one match.
Me jo so ma jare.
Tell.
Me didn't do of a key, make a free new friend station cycle.
Okay.
Yo, my fan chama, okay, junior, I would only come in my channel. I can see my ta, I'm a samai, Robert Lampty on the channel. Meda, a big bar, not Wabeka, enemy Hunoshi, Mestre, about for your policy. Former President Mahama, and now Walker saying, I didn't also about the Yamagana. Ejem ne nsema okeka ete se wokọ babo si a wontua ka no ogia ye mo akiri se wo ka nsema na me ba meye sei e ma na wo si ase no wo si ensa ma me bi so wa wokọ so so we na ma na ka dompe ya no ache ene higher drink ene mo kan tell me say oba pie water 50%. Former president mama say ofa ke me ba me de beje 40 na to aba man dis ontimi nka. What is it? And you want to go to some more Kapa, no Kata, or Kapa, no Freddy Casey. I can was a bush and this in the buy, which have been so 15 Ukraine, and I'm 15 now for school visit. I don't know what I can ever claim, and I'm going to react to my TV. We'll be a confirmed Sadi or Morocco, every one city, also about Ghana of 50 pesos. I'll be a Ghana near hotel. I mean, I don't have for the Bimo Yamani Abosa. What is it? When the back of the education of your news, and I can record the Bias and I will send me. What do you down?
Okay, Madam say. Okay, Madam say, Hana made you made anybody say, my main ding come away, where free Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia MPP ho. And then one must say, a Ghana, ye hear Obioyet or Obetimide transformational leadership at the Abba, Obiobetimasa Ghana, a wabe for quine so. The Yakasa Nipana, ye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ena ode eye digital Ghana agenda. Se Ghana yere befa abe for kwantempon so na etimi aboa ama oman no bia nya so mfaso. Obi ode mobile money interoperability aba in a loan delivery system Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na di animo. Na ni so ade hunu ne se Ghana ye begura abe for kwan so a ebe mo bia etimi nya so mfaso. Enti se wo kwa akoto aba eye 7 December to abama eye number 1 ewo ballot paper no so di odi kan na ono ne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia obedi vice president ono ne vice president ade awaye no obi anya ebida enu nti ye hia se ye beto aba de ye de asesa ye daachi mu na ye daachi etima ye fe wo mo se it is possible kai bo we if new patriotic party and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ehwo no mo se ye fa to wenem cylinder recirculation model na ya de bi aba Teze was cylinder na asay no me say men how hokra. What the honest with the cylinder be call ye exchange point to be a ben wo. One more cylinder exchange point baby what the cylinder no kwa ye be ma fufro. Na one more the gas e gum e di amount. Cylinder no the kwa ni amount fufro. Yeah the gas e gum amount. And only a cylinder recirculation modular. E bo ye papa pa. And into adorama. Baby bia wo bia ko filling stations ana me akodo omoton gas na bisa se wo ye exchange circulation way bi wo ha ya cylinder recirculation model no ebi because wo ha eno ane se wo de cylinder no kwa dia obeto se ye ketu akese ana adentamo na wato ye very affordable amaduane no aya akono ama bibia ye de gas ye ne jaframa ye no amana ya akono yie pa nya afi ne be so ja rough eno nti National Petroleum Authority Woman in Ministry of Energy no say kai bo we yemfa to wenim na mom nansa na meka cho se me ma wadwuma dwuma ni nyina ne se wo obi a wo ye caterer je se wo ni maduane no adada wonya afi ne ba mekirem ana obi tomato pan no obi tomato all the pastries obi a cake ye ka cake a wutimi ye pa na wasan e decorate obi tuma cleaner obi tumi aboa e wo jade adwuma bi ehia so was Spinters Road, Temala Shibi Klagon, Nungwa, Community 18, 16, 17, and now 20, and now Washamana, Mutitrupa, Munti ye. Na my friend number says 055 738 5762. About your friend. adwuma na mepa ama wo yo make say wesua catering na wuti fie untimi enye adwuma no ye obi pew no no aye adwuma 055 738 5762 fresi ye obesende wo CV na wo de ama eye adwumakuo we na no omadi nkomo meba to me din de luxurious agyeman meba bepon na menya mpon de ma mefa we ntwam
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka sa batete. E da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Catch up be baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Okay, me ba to hana me de dwuma de no me di sia woni 100.9 so edi aseda ma kwadwo da me ade me producer o ta me chi na me de aseda ma bena frame abankro na ya usafo alongside Fesia Boanje na me supervisor Dr. Father Dixon, executive producer, fully supported by the general manager Kennedy Asante saying, "Midin the luxurious agyeman ya wana. If you ain't go pompa, and then you read, you better she answer. Wish you any idea come on. I'm on your seminar here. You control the airwaves and protecting the airwaves whilst protecting the state."